I don't know what happened. That's the first time this ever happened to me. Seriously. It was first time I ever got booted off of my live stream show. And I don't think it wasn't YouTube. It was, you're right, Gabrielle. It was the hook nose piece of shit geek, Mark Zuckerberg, because I was supposed to stream. I had it all set to stream on YouTube and Instagram. Lo and behold, Instagram is removed. Okay, I followed the instructions for Instagram, owned by Zuckerberg, just like Facebook. Okay, follow the instructions. Lo and behold, it removed Instagram instantly and removed me, and I couldn't get back on. No, I wasn't streaming to Facebook. I was streaming on Instagram, which is better for videos, but apparently it was removed. Weird, isn't it? Unbelievable. That's the first thing that ever happened. That piece of shit. Hold on for a second. Let me get my my official Mark Zuckerberg rhinoplasty surgical device. Hold on. Yeah, let me get it right away. That son of a bitch, motherfucker. I wanna do this so bad. Hold on. Let me go get it. Let me go, guy. I named this surgical tool Uncle Frank because it's shaped like the letter F, and I was very close to my Uncle Frank. I'll be back in a super flash. Oh, what a piece of shit he is. Seriously, there's no doubt in my mind that he is a bona fide piece of steaming, putrefactive human excrement. Mark Zuckerberg. See? Uncle Frank, my pipe wrench. What I want to do to Mark Zuckerberg for unpublishing my Facebook page since 2012, kicking me off, and kicking me off of Instagram for the first time. I want to take my pipe wrench, Uncle Frank, I want to put it around his hook nose, tighten it really good, right? Tighten it really good. Tighten it really good, okay? And then what I want to do, I want to turn this both clockwise and then counterclockwise. This could take somebody out if you hit him in the head. What do they call that? Blunt force trauma. This is a miserable piece of shit. Why? Because I call him out for all the underhanded things he does? As my grandfather used to say in a Italian, scuma. He's scuma, scum. As soon as I showed Uncle Frank the pipe wrench, some viewers left. Oh, hey, viewers, I got an itch in the middle of my forehead that needs scratching. They want to suck Zuckerberg's dick. Uncle James? No, it's shaped like a letter F. That fucking geek. You damn right. Uncle Frank. It should me a blue wrench. Well, it came orange. Or is that red? Looks orange to me. Looks reddish orange. Well, it could be red. Yeah, I guess so. It's red. Well, it matches the back, right? Speaking of orange, concerning the fruit orange, was the fruit named after the color, or was the color named after the fruit? Or why is a vanilla or chocolate egg cream called an egg cream? There's no cream in it and there's no eggs in it. And why is a grapefruit a grapefruit? It looks nothing like a grape. Same thing goes for an eggplant. Looks nothing like an egg. See, the human race is a very illogical, fucked up species. You know, Gabrielle and Ronnie S. Good morning, Masumi from Japan, Chiba Prefecture. Good morning. She's 13 hours ahead of us, and it is Sunday morning in Japan, southeastern Japan. So good morning to you, Masumi. Thank you for stopping by. I mean, I had it all set. Okay, the viewers are back. All right. So apparently, it looks like I'm only streaming to YouTube, because I'm not streaming to Twitter X anymore, because Elon Musk wants people to pay to be able to stream on their Twitter profile. He wants you to buy a subscription and give him money. I wouldn't give Elon Musk or any of those multi-billionaires one red cent. Zuckerberg does the same thing. Every time you upload or post something to your page on Facebook, he asks you to boost it, to get more exposure, which is total bullshit. He's, he wants you to pay money to boost your upload. Yeah, right. Boost my balls. He's not boosting anything. He's just stealing people's money. Okay. Unbelievable. A car for pets. Oh, you're very welcome, Masumi. You're very welcome. All right. Let us sink our teeth into something here. Let's see. Healthcare fraud. That honestly, that's the first thing that ever happened. The first time that ever happened to me, and it has to do with Instagram. Incredible. Well, you know what that was. Blow it out of your ass. These commercials. Every time I bring up a video, they make me sit through these commercials. Blow it out of your ass, capitalism. I hate it. I despise it. All right. This has to do with health insurance fraud or health care fraud. What am I saying? It's even worse.
Okay, Gabby, thanks. Tonight, a Scottsdale couple is accused of being at the center of a $900 million healthcare scam that targeted dying hospice patients.
The Department of Justice said that the suspects used a large chunk of that money to fulfill their lavish lifestyle. 12 News journalist Chase Golightly is joining us live in Scottsdale outside of one of the homes that the authorities say they purchased with that money. Chase?
Caribe Mark, it's a beautiful $6 million home that sits right next to Camelback Mountain. But while the lights are on, the owners aren't home. That's because they were arrested and charged with fraud. They're known as the Scottsdale power couple that live a life of luxury. But the Department of Justice claims all that luxury for Jeffrey King and Alexandra Gerke came from the pockets of the taxpayer in a massive healthcare scheme that lasted 2 years. According to this federal indictment, the couple, through companies they owned, caused nearly $1 billion worth of fraudulent claims to Medicare, targeting terminally ill hospice patients by giving them unreasonable and unnecessary skin grafts. The document claims some patients died the day of the procedure.
It is outrageous. And it's really disgusting.
Dana Kennedy, the Arizona director of AARP, has covered countless Medicare fraud cases before, but has never seen anything like this.
The fact of what they did with the money is also outrageous.
She's talking about the $330 million King and Gerke reportedly received in illegal kickbacks. Money prosecutors say was used to fund their lavish lifestyle, including the purchase of this Scottsdale home. Neighbors tell me they didn't know much about the couple, just that they moved into this $6 million home a few months ago. But what they did notice is all the luxury cars they had parked in the driveway, like a $300,000 Ferrari and multiple high-end Mercedes-Benzes that have all now been seized, including their Scottsdale home, another home in Tempe, high-end watches, gold bars, jewelry, and $52 million taken from multiple bank accounts, leading to a grand total of more than $70 million receipts. Sale couple Phoenix Sky Harbor about to board a flight head out of the country when they were finally arrested. Now the big question tonight is, where's the rest of the money? Well, prosecutors addressed that, saying that there's still tens of millions of dollars that they haven't yet seized, and it's actually still in the possession of these suspects. So when one of them asked to be released from jail ahead of their trial, prosecutors said, no, that shouldn't happen. They're a major flight risk because they still have that money. And also, when authorities were searching the belongings, they found books on how to disappear and also how to delete your digital footprint. We'll continue.
Wow, that's incredible. That's why they're living so lavishly. Unbelievable, huh? Now this is a little consumer advocate. Huh, how do we do this? Let's see. How do I start? I know I had to start. I know I had. Shit. There's a way to. There's a way to. They don't really make it easy. Facebook. Hawk Nose strikes again. There's no. I don't see any way to control the position of the video. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Does it? It never fails with this piece of shit. Never fails with this piece of stroons. Wait. That's the original package. All right. Now this is a sneaky way that McDonald's is making the customer think they're getting more fries for the money, more bang for the buck, but not so. Okay, so he's dumping it in that. Making a noise. Son of a bitch. The fast food giant for you. First, they give you pink slime for hamburgers, and then they give you Franken food, genetically modified freakazoid chicken used in their God knows what else in their chicken McNuggets. I hear no dairy or very little dairy in their milkshakes and lots of sugar. Some kind of synthetic toxic oil. Instead of using natural vegetable oil to deep fry their food, they're using some toxic synthetic garbage. Just look for Jamie Oliver's videos on McDonald's and you'll see it. It's a shame, you know. Oh, the reason why I can't stream to Facebook, and it's probably the same reason why they won't let me stream to Instagram, is because I'm being punished, because I broke one of their community standard rules, which is nothing but corporate fascist censorship by Zuckerberg. Same thing with fact checkers. Fact checkers is phony. It's just whatever he decides is truth, whatever he feels like being truth. So if you expose the corrupt and if you tell the real truth, you know, he doesn't like it. He's the worst. Actually, I take that back. TikTok is the worst when it comes to censorship. they terminated my account there, and I had a huge following on TikTok. Okay. I'm going to try to zip through these as fast as we can. Hey, Yum. Yeah, Yum. Say hello to the graveyard. Yeah, Yum. Huh. Unbelievable. You don't want that kind of crap. You eat good. I know you eat good food, Gabrielle. You eat good food. All right, we got bosses at Japan firm resign after 80 deaths potentially linked to red yeast rice tablets. Now, red yeast rice is a nutritional supplement, but it was used for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years to make red yeast rice wine. Now, what they found is that red yeast rice lowers LDL cholesterol, and supposedly that's where they get the drug atorvastatin or a Lipitor from red yeast rice. Okay, and I'm trying to. Oh, it has to do with a mold. The red yeast rice is fermented with a mold culture. Well, that's what yeast is. Yeast is a fungi. It's related to mushrooms. It's in the same family. It's a mold. Let me see if I can find red yeast rice, or beni koji, has been used in food, alcoholic drinks. That's true, and folk medicine for centuries around East Asia. Medical studies say it can improve cholesterol levels, but also warn of a risk of organ damage depending on the ingredients' chemical makeup. Well, the chemical makeup from this company, let's see, company's president is Akihiro Kobayashi. All right, and let me see if it mentions the company. They're in big trouble. It's made by Kobayashi Pharmaceutical. So for those that are in Japan, don't take anything from this company, from a Kobayashi Pharmaceutical. So they let 80 people go, or not 80 people go. They let, because of 80 deaths, the upper executives were fired. No, they resigned. They resigned. 80 deaths is a lot. Let's see, does it mention any detail about this chemical composition of the red yeast rice supplement? A potential, they have detected a potentially toxic acid produced by the mold at one of its factories, and the government inspected the firm's facilities. They recalled this company, this pharmaceutical. It's very famous in Japan. It's a household name. And they recalled 3 brands of dietary supplements after customers complained of kidney problems. Now, I don't want to, I'm not knocking red yeast rice. It's the way it was processed. You know, they detected a toxin in there that caused kidney damage. Oh, that's terrible. So stay away from Kobayashi Pharmaceutical products. All right. All right. Let's see what we got. So much. I got so much material here. And I got a late start thanks to that hook-nosed piece of shit Zuckerberg. He's a piece of shit, man. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of cheat. He's a piece of cheat. What is Gabrielle saying? I may eat a breaded chicken patty sandwich with pretzel burger buns. Oh, really? You had 3 hours because you're on savings time. We're not. I'm 2 hours ahead. You know what I say? Daylight savings time sucks. I am very proud of Arizona for not practicing daylight savings time. It's stupid. The time zone should be the time zone. That's right. That's right. All right. Cheat. That's a Spanish accent for shit. They cheat. They cheat. They full of cheat. Well, say hello to my little friend. Where is he? Uncle Frank. Say hello. Say hello to my little friend, man. Yeah, you got a kick out of that, right? Hey, cheat, man. Say hello to my little friend. This, all right. This, who's this on the bottom? Good, goobity goop. This engine was predicted in 1806, and it runs on water. This brand has succeeded in producing it. Well, what they really mean is hydrogen. This is going to replace all electric vehicles because the technology is not ready yet for the electric vehicle. It takes too long to charge, way too long. It doesn't have a long enough range. A friend of mine drove from Jacksonville, Florida, up to northern New Jersey, and he can only drive for like 2 hours with his Nissan Leaf electric vehicle. He had to recharge. He had to do a full recharge. The good thing is, if you get a Nissan, you get to charge your electric vehicle for free at all Nissan dealers. That's nice of them. I really have to say. It's a new hydrogen internal combustion. Well, unfortunately, I was hoping the electric vehicle will put auto mechanics out of business because they're total crooks. But not so. Not so. Yeah, the combustion engine, unfortunately, is still going to be around, just not as big. And I just want to let you people know that the emissions coming from a hydrogen or ammonia engine is pure vapor, water vapor. There is absolutely no pollution being emitted. I think Toyota, the big companies, Toyota, I think Hyundai, which is South Korean, Honda, they're ready to mass produce these. And what they want to do is make a hybrid, make a hydrogen electro hybrid, which makes a lot of sense. EV, electric vehicle, hydrogen engine. Beautiful. You gotta love technology. You gotta love science. I mean, you can't beat it. Can't beat science. Can't beat science. What is this? Pete Buttigieg. What does Buttigieg have to say? Well, before we go to Pete Buttigieg, let me show this this futuristic looking hydrogen motorcycle, actually. Yeah. I'm zipping through these readings because of the time that was wasted thanks to Zuckerberg. We got it? Oh, there we go. Japan, I tell you, you gotta love Japan for advanced science, engineering, technology. Japan shocks the world with the first motorcycle, neither electric nor gasoline. It is, it says here, new fuel and a futuristic concept. It is a hydrogen-powered motorcycle, and man, that looks fast. That reminds me of the motorcycle Batman was riding in the movies. How about that? You got to be careful with motorcycles because you got to ride very conservatively, like an older Harley biker, and you can't be reckless. And of course, you have to wear your helmet. But I think the problem is the people in the cars and the trucks that cause the motorcycle accidents. Oh, this hydrogen motorcycle is made by Kawasaki. Ah, okay, Kawasaki, famous motorcycle manufacturer. Okay, what are we gonna do here? What's this? This is a video, shows what what kind of damage 4 more years of Trump will cause. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Full screen, and there we go.
November 5th, 2024. Donald Trump defeats a divided and dispirited Democratic campaign. On January 20th, 2025, Donald Trump is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. Unfortunately, he keeps his promises. Trump seizes control of a divided government, signing hundreds of executive orders implementing Project 2025. Trump replaces over 50,000 civil servants with hardline MAGA loyalists. The federal oath of office now requires declaring loyalty to the president, not the Constitution. Protected by the Supreme Court's grant of total immunity for official acts, Donald Trump orders the Department of Justice to arrest members of the January 6th Commission, current and former DOJ employees, and political opponents for treason, election interference, and conspiracy. He declares it to be an official act. Trump ends birthright citizenship by executive order and turns millions of American-born citizens into illegal aliens overnight. Mass deportations begin. Hundreds of thousands, including legal U.S. residents and American citizens, are imprisoned in newly built camps. Protests erupt. Trump addresses the nation from the Oval Office, invoking the Insurrection Act and declaring the protesters a danger to American sovereignty. He orders the National Guard to use deadly force to suppress the protests. In the wake of the bloody violence, Trump declares nationwide martial law, awarding himself new powers under the freshly signed American Sovereignty Protection Order, which defines protest of immigration policies as non-protected speech and a threat to national security. Governors in New York, California, Illinois, and elsewhere declare their opposition, promising to refuse compliance in their states. Trump orders their arrests. Trump pardons every January 6th attacker, including those who assaulted the police, and in a White House ceremony issues a new presidential medal honoring them. Many are given jobs in his administration. The Department of Education is renamed the Department of American Values and mandates a nationwide Christian nationalist curriculum for all schools receiving federal aid. Trump, joined by Speaker Mike Johnson and evangelical leaders, announces that the Department of Health and Human Services has reclassified mifepristone, making it illegal to distribute or prescribe, as well as new HHS regulations that make IVF treatments impossible to legally administer. Trump reverses one campaign promise by declaring a national abortion ban by executive order. Challenges to his authority are rejected by the Supreme Court, which has seen new appointments from Trump after it was expanded to 12 justices. He signs an executive order removing abortion records from HIPAA privacy regulations and announces a new federal data sharing program so states can monitor women's periods. Thousands are detained while crossing state lines under suspicion of seeking an abortion. Trump's acting Secretary of Defense, a disgraced ex-general, fires over 400 generals and admirals, leaving the military leaderless. Other Trump appointees purge the ranks of the CIA, FBI, and Department of Justice. By executive order, Trump withdraws the United States from NATO and ends Pentagon cooperation with Ukraine. Russian tanks enter Kyiv. Vladimir Zelensky is killed. It is announced that Trump will run for a third term, claiming he was unfairly cheated in the 2020 election. His Supreme Court ultimately agrees with this interpretation, paving the way for Trump's 2028 re-election. If you hear all this and believe it isn't possible, then ask yourself, what did you believe was impossible just 8 years ago? This isn't a fantasy. It's Trump's plan, and he's counting on you to believe it couldn't happen.
The Lincoln Project. This is if Trump is elected again, and at the end of his first term, what would happen, and involving the Project 2025. Yeah, well, the United States will become a fascist dictatorship. That's exactly what will happen. Let's see. Now, luckily, Kamala Harris has far surpassed Donald Trump in the polls. Let's see. Let me check out what Pete Buttigieg has to say. I like this guy. I like this organization very much, called Really American. Let's see, what is, let me just see, what is, robot cars? Damn right. Robot pizza? Oh, he's talking about pizza. It's like a pizza oven outside in Arizona. Yeah, well, a pizza oven is dry heat. It's a dry heat. It's not humid, but, you know, I guess you wouldn't want to climb into a pizza oven. You could easily barbecue in the daytime with a large magnifying glass. What does Harris have to offer? She has to offer a ton to the bottom 98%, to the poor, to the disabled. Yeah. Trump is only going to offer positive things for the rich. That's it. All Republicans only work for the rich. Robot pizza. There you go. They are always for the rich.
The contrast between Trump and Kamala Harris is stark. The two could not be any more different. But the greatest difference is this. Kamala Harris is fearless.
They insult us in an attempt to gaslight us, and we will not stand for it.
And Trump?
That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
Tiny Fingers is a coward. He won't debate Kamala Harris because he can feel it. Feel what? She owns his ass.
Donald Trump and his campaign have suggested that he may not follow through with the debate in September that had been scheduled to be with President Biden. Now, of course, would be the vice president, assuming she does wrap up the nomination as expected. What do you make of that?
It's extraordinary. Tough talk is this guy's calling card.
There's Trump tough.
And now there's this extraordinary show of weakness. He agreed to, he said anytime, any place. But more than that, he agreed to this specific debate on this specific network on this specific date. And now he's pulling out. And of course, it shows that he's afraid. It shows that he knows if the two of them are on a stage together, it's not going to end well for him.
Okay, I know that's not fair. Having Pete Buttigieg speak about Trump with his clear, precise, articulate manner and then seeing this.
And it is hardworking, patriotic, and this is something you can say it.
Well, you can understand why Trump and his inner circle are backing out of the debate.
I'm going to punch him out. This is my moment. I've been waiting for this. For trespassing on Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out. I'm going to go to jail and I'm going to be happy.
They don't want Trump head-to-head with Harris because Trump is exposed. On one side is a bright and seasoned vice president, attorney, and former prosecutor. On the other side, a sociopath.
And my stupid people, when I wanted to refute it, they said, sir, don't dignify it with a refutal. Refutal or a refutal? What the hell word would that be? Refutal? What they'll say, he didn't know, refutal or refutal, but they don't know either.
Harris has only been on the top of the ticket for a week, and she immediately smashed Trump's 5-point lead and now leads the race alone.
Previously agreed upon September 10th debate. He agreed to that previously. Now it appears he's backpedaling, but I'm ready. And I think the voters deserve to see the split screen that exists in this race on a debate stage, and so I'm ready. Let's go.
And with a whopping 20-point lead over Trump with voters 18 to 29. And in a Michigan poll of African Americans, Harris got 82%, Kennedy got 12%, and Trump was at zero, nada, bumkus. Dude's in trouble.
Oh, look at my African American over here.
So now Trump is backing out of the debates. Okay, and you and I and everyone else knows why. Harris will clean his clock.
Kamala Harris is a leader that everybody is pulling together around, but also she's articulating a message that isn't just about herself and certainly isn't just about Donald Trump, although she has that contrast down. It's about us.
So while his tiny Trump recedes into Donnie's fat sack, he scribbled this excuse on his Twitter account.
Given the continued political chaos surrounding crooked Joe Biden and the Democrat Party, general election debate details cannot be finalized until Democrats formally decide on their nominees. There's a strong sense by many in the Democratic Party, namely Barack Hussein Obama.
All right, real quick, that Hussein reference, that's a racist hit that Limbaugh and Hannity invented that not only didn't work, Obama won twice by record majority, something Trump has never done. Trump has lost a popular vote by 10 million people. But go on, Donnie Diapers.
Kamala Harris is a Marxist fraud who cannot beat President Trump, and they're still holding out for someone better. Therefore, it would be inappropriate to schedule things with Harris because Democrats very well could still change their minds.
I love it. How transparent is Trump's tiny penis? I love that he calls her a Marxist. Kamala Harris made a career out of putting people like Trump in prison for their attacks on our capitalist system.
There is no way that the American people are going to vote for a convicted criminal. They're not.
And Kamala has won the all-important first round by causing Fat Donnie to quiver and shake.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter.
And Harris has Democrats excited. And this isn't good for Republicans in Congress and the Senate. They know that Trump can bring the whole thing down on their heads. Every time Trump...
What did he say? The late, great Hannibal Lecter?
says this.
So I was proudly the person responsible for the ending of something that all legal scholars, both sides, wanted and, in fact, demanded be ended. Roe v. Wade.
Millions of women are galvanized to organize and pulverize this prick.
There has to be some form of punishment.
A Trump win means an all-out war, not just on women's reproductive rights, but an attack on their safety in the workplace. From the #1 danger to women in the U.S., Republican men.
The woman who successfully sued former President Donald Trump for sexual abuse was up early today. E. Jean Carroll made the rounds on morning TV, saying she feels vindicated after years of Trump defaming her.
And I love women.
MAGA's vulnerabilities are like low-hanging fruit, and Trump is like that football team watching their lead turn into a deficit, and they have no idea how to reverse it. Trump's Project 2025, created by his partners at the Heritage Foundation, is a nightmare of Herculean proportions.
Project 2025. Randy, can you believe they put that thing in writing?
Harris could win the debate by simply listing the nightmare scenarios it poses. Better yet, watch.
Trump addresses the nation from the Oval Office, invoking the Insurrection Act and declaring the protesters a danger to American sovereignty. He orders the National Guard to use deadly force to suppress the protests. The Department of Education is renamed the Department of American Values. Trump reverses one campaign promise by declaring a national abortion ban by executive order. Challenges to his authority are rejected by the Supreme Court. He signs an executive order removing abortion records from HIPAA privacy regulations and announces a new federal data sharing program so states can monitor women's periods.
Now, do you think independent voters want any of that? So of course Trump's calculations are off because he's a sociopath, and now he's backpedaling.
They keep on tying you to Project 2025, which is a 900-page tome put out by the Heritage Foundation.
It's a group of very conservative people that probably like me, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't speak for me. They wrote something that I disagree with in many cases, and in some cases you agree.
I know nothing about Project 2025.
Well, you know that is all a lie. Trump has not only supported everything about Project 2025, but here he is speaking to the Heritage Foundation about it.
Our country is going to hell. The critical job of institutions such as Heritage is to lay the groundwork, and Heritage does such an incredible job at that. This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do and what your movement will do when the American people give us a colossal mandate to save America, and that's coming. That's coming.
But the Republican Party at the Republican Convention in Milwaukee was all about Project 2025. How do I know? They gave this bag to everyone who attended. So it's obviously a lie when Trump says he didn't know about it. But there's more.
It's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
Trump's going to be asked by Harris, what with the 80 million women ready to vote, what do you think about Vance calling women without children childless cat ladies?
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
J.D. Vance is a disaster for Trump, who's already a disaster. And the two together are to the Republican Party what a match is to a fart.
And far left vice president in American history. By the way, they did a poll. She was rated the worst vice president in history.
Trump lies about the polls. He lies about everything, but every poll has Harris surging and Trump retreating.
And that's the kind of campaign that wins. It's the right kind of campaign, and it's also one that literally does not compute for somebody like Donald Trump.
As Americans awake to the dangers of Trump anywhere near the White House, Trump's numbers begin to fall and fall precipitously, so quickly and so dramatically that eventually he will beg for a debate. And Harris will agree, but it won't matter.
I have absolutely no idea who this woman is.
Because Trump's whole world is in decline. His campaign, his friends, his tiny penis, and his cognitive collapse. In the days ahead, Trump will thrash and scream about how it's all rigged.
The election was rigged.
But we've seen that movie before, and we know how it ends. So, Donnie, meet your greatest nightmare. A woman who protects women from people like you, a former prosecutor, and the next president of the United States.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Damn right. Trust me.
Shut the f*** up, Don.
Who's with me?
Oh, yeah, the lie.
Indictable.
Out of sheer morbid curiosity, I'm allowing this freak show to continue.
This isn't their Republican Party anymore.
I don't want to talk about this stuff.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, right.
Tick-tock.
You're in a lot of trouble, Donnie.
I think he's crazy.
I'm Chip Franklin.
Well, the entire Republican Party is a freak show. You know, I mean, let's see, what's this? Yeah, well, J.D. Vance was very much against Trump, and now he loves him. Now he's in bed with him. Lindsey Graham's bashed Trump too, and then he jumped in bed with him. Let's see. What's this? Vance makes a fool of himself. Oh boy. Damn commercials. Dag blasted. Dag blasted.
With Spectrum Internet, you can power all of your devices with the
Even I say to myself, you're a frickin' genius.
Donald Trump doesn't regret a lot. He's a sociopath, so he just hurts people and moves on. But there is one recent move MaxiPad made that he might be wishing he'd done otherwise.
Weirdest thing to me, Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
This guy looks like a real dork. You know? Unbelievable.
I love you guys.
That, of course, is J.D. Vance, Tiny Fingers picked to run beside him. Trump thought that despite everything, Vance might help his campaign, even with this out there.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark.
He looks like a thin Dom DeLuise, doesn't he? Man, he's got a little too much twinkling in his eyes. What do you think? Now I know why he grew the beard. He looks like he belongs on a Gerber baby food label.
Place. He's leading our political discourse to a very negative place. If Trump is elected president, he has to be a much different president than he was a candidate. As a candidate, he was fundamentally divisive, arrogant. I'm a never Trump guy.
J.D. Vance is beginning to feel to the Trump campaign like Dan Quayle did to Bush 41, a nightmare brewing. It's obvious to anyone with a 2-digit IQ that J.D. is not the most sincere type.
I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
He not only flipped and tried to play to the MAGA base for a shot at the VP, but he kind of sucks at it.
Of course, wages are rising now, and we just saw that economic report come in this week showing the economy continues to grow, new job growth as well. But since then, Donald Trump not only lost the 2020 election and tried to overturn the results, he also faced a series of legal judgments and indictments. Most recently, this E. Jean Carroll case, where juries have found him liable for sexual assault and defamation, leading to ads like this.
Supporting Donald Trump sends a message to every abuser, every rapist, and every man who's ever used his power to hurt a woman. Because if he can do it, why shouldn't they?
How do you respond to that your support of Trump is sanctioning that kind of behavior, sexual assault and defamation?
Well, I think it's actually very unfair to the victims of sexual assault to say that somehow their lives are being worse by electing Donald Trump for president.
What the hell did you just say? His joke about racism and Mountain Dew would have been funny, except it was racist and not funny, nonsensical and offensive. The Trumpy crowd looked at him like he was Eric Trump trying to remember his PIN code. And when you blow a joke, it says two things about you, but it also offers an opportunity. Number one, comedy is an insight into the way you think. And when it fails, there lies the insight. If you admit you're an idiot, everyone relaxes. Everyone has blown a joke. But that's not what happened. JD waited for a response, and when it wasn't forthcoming, he looked at the audience like they were stupid. And they are stupid, but Vance made him feel stupid. And that's not Trump's style. Vance is an educated man, but education and character are not naturally symbiotic, especially in the Trump world. A lot of smart people have worked with Trump, and Trump tossed them aside, instead embracing his caste of felonious sycophants who will follow him anywhere. The question is, why J.D. Vance? Was Trump pressured by Junior, who didn't like Trump's choice, this governor from one of the Dakotas? A normal enough guy, except that he actually died in 1987 and stays alive by eating Viagra like chiclets. That is crazy! So Trump acquiesced and went with Vance. Was Junior wrong?
Inflation Reduction of violence of January 6th. I hope Trump comes. I'm gonna punch him out.
Will Vance bring in voters who would have otherwise sat on their hands? Not likely. And even though Vance has said the right things, like not certifying the election on January the 6th,
So you're not troubled by the sexual assault and defamation?
I have absolutely no idea who this woman is.
Let me ask you about January 6th. You've been mentioned as the possible vice president for Donald Trump. Had you been vice president on January 6th, would you have certified the election results?
You're so incurious about what actually happened in 2020, which is why so many people mistrust our elections in this country. We've got to do better, George.
I'm not the least bit incurious. In fact, you laid out a litany there, but you didn't answer the question I asked. Would you have certified the election results had you been vice president?
If I had been vice president, I would have told the states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and so many others that we needed to have multiple slates of electors, and I think the U.S. Congress should have fought over it from there.
I'm betting with Trump's advanced sociopathy, he doesn't want a VP.
But I am not unpopular.
I bet it kills him that anyone else's name is on the ballot.
An election interfering witch hunt of a trial.
He has a cognitive disorder.
Trump makes it hard for others to be around him simply because he lies about everything. And the lies are so insane, especially like, I won in 2020. That takes a special kind of piece of shit to keep up with him.
No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay.
And while Vance will lie for Trump, it ironically sounds even less true coming out of Vance's mouth than Trump's. It's like he's parroting Trump's insanity, and it's odd. It's like actually seeing the person who does Bart Simpson's voice.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. I have an announcement to make.
Vance's insincerity comes off as, well, insincere. Here, Vance tries to take the lead on the White House coup, you know, where Kamala Harris has taken over the presidency.
Is it a coup against Joe Biden?
It's sort of, yeah.
I think it is. I mean, look, there's a constitutional process, the 25th Amendment. If Joe Biden can't run for president, he can't serve as president. And if they want to take him down because he's mentally incapable of serving, invoke the 25th Amendment.
Now, a couple of things. Why are they still talking about Biden? He's not even on the ticket. And for a guy who can't run the country's humming. GDP, unemployment, stock market, all up dramatically and exceeding anything Trump ever did. So why would you attack Biden? And when Vance said this,
if Joe Biden can't run for president, he can't serve as president.
He must not have read about LBJ, who did what Biden is doing. Calling this a coup is like calling Rudy stable.
And this is Rudy Giuliani with the Rudy Giuliani Show. I'm a symbol of what can happen to you.
Vance is a liability, and Trump must be reconsidering. But then again, it's Trump, the guy who compared getting an STD with serving in Vietnam.
You know, I'll tell you, it's amazing. I can't even believe it. I've been so lucky.
Right.
In terms of that whole world.
You've never gotten a social disease.
It is a dangerous world out there.
It is.
Scary. It's like Vietnam, sort of like, you know, the Vietnam era.
It is your personal Vietnam, isn't it?
It is my personal
It is. You've said that many times.
From everything Vance has said about Trump in the past, and it is voluminous, you know that Trump knows that Vance is a fake, and Trump knows that Vance hates him. And people pick up on that. And that's got to be killing Trump.
I'm a very stable genius.
But maybe it's not. Is it possible Trump gets off watching people humiliate themselves?
Is a bully. The man is utterly amoral. This man is a pathological liar.
Proud to have worked hand in hand with President Trump.
I mean, is it possible that Trump is so mentally ill and cognitively declining that his only pleasure left in life, other than sexual depravity,
Trump is a sexual predator.
Is Trump's whole thing humiliating people? Even that clip I played of Megyn Kelly, she's supporting Trump and attacking Kamala Harris, calling her everything short of being a whore. J.D. Vance, like all the other eunuchs in Trump's orbit, have sold their souls to a raping, traitorous, sociopathic maxi pad.
I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday.
And for what? That's the question. Even the bullet that nicked Trump's ear had second thoughts, swerving away from slamming into his diseased brain. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump may be different, but essentially, they're the same.
You had very fine people.
News will not replace us!
On both sides.
And Vance thinks he can bum around the Trump world and come out clean, but that's not going to happen. The stink that is Trump, it lasts a lifetime. You know, it smells like Mountain Dew.
Trust me.
Shut the f*** up, Don.
Who's with me? Oh, yeah, the lie.
Indictable.
Out of sheer morbid curiosity, I'm allowing this freak show to continue.
This isn't their Republican Party anymore.
I don't want to talk about this stuff.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, right.
Tick-tock.
You're in a lot of trouble, Donnie.
I think he's crazy.
I'm Chip Franklin.
Chip Franklin. All right, you know what? We'll do one more. This is Robert Reich. This looks like a good one. Something educational. Let's see. The fuck. Okay, now. Yeah, the new casino. That sounds exciting, Gabriel Salaya. New casino. What the fuck is going on? That really pisses me off that they prevented me from streaming on Instagram. You know, that son of a bitch, that hawk-nosed little fucking geek. How did he ever become a multi-billionaire, whatever the hell he is? He must have screwed over so many people. New casino near Phoenix, 23 minutes from me, will be completed by the end of 2024. 2 minutes from Wildlife Zoo. Oh, there's a zoo there. Well, the problem with the American real estate industry, which is very greedy, price gouging, and run by scumbags. If you don't believe me, just take a look at the rents and the prices of homes that look like shacks, like chicken coops, and fake waterfront property on a man-made canal and all that. But the problem with continuing to build homes, residential areas in Arizona's desert land is, where are they going to get the water for these communities and these buildings? The same thing with Las Vegas growing too fast, and you know, and now there's a big residential area there, and they're having a problem with water. Where are they going to get the water? Where? The water is running out. They're going to have to use desalinated water from the Pacific Ocean and pump it for many miles. The Fifth Desert Diamond Casino in Arizona. Is this a state run, or these are all Native American run? Gabrielle, are all the casinos Native American operated? All right, let's get on. Robert Reich.
The Supreme Court is off the rails. And it's only going to get worse unless we fight to reform it.
No, this is not the one. This is not the one. Oh, God. This is not the one. I picked the wrong Robert Reich. Here we go. Unbelievable. There we go. Jawohl. The Reich. Okay, come on. All right.
You hear this rubbish all the time.
Inflation is caused by too much government spending, along with wage increases.
Bunk. Higher wages and government spending don't push up consumer prices. In many cases, mega corporations raise prices to increase their profits. They can do this because they...
Where are they going to get the damn water? The water. Where are they going to get the water? 900 slot machines? Yikes. Gabriel Salaya says, Arizona said they have enough water for the next 10 years. Hey, a decade goes fast. What's going on here? Zuckerberg is messing with the Facebook video. The hook nose piece of cheat man. He's a piece of cheat. What's going on here? Huh? Damn, I never seen a video from Facebook by buffering. The guy's a piece of cheat. He knows he's underhanded. Huh, look at this. Buffering. Now, let me see what happens when it
Bunk.
starts from the beginning. He's a piece of cheat.
You hear this rubbish all the time.
Inflation is caused by too much government spending, along with wage increases.
Bunk. Higher wages and government spending don't push up consumer prices. In many cases, mega corporations raise prices to increase their profits.
You know, you're absolutely right, Robert Wright. You know, Gabriel Solaya, I feel bad for the wildlife. You know, the desert is a delicate ecosystem, just like marshlands and swamplands, you know, and woodlands, and you know, there's a lot of creatures that are out there in the day, and even more that are out at night. Nocturnal creatures that depend on that desert land. You know, I mean, so much wildlife. For what? For greed? I'm telling you, there's not going to be enough water to sustain that many residential areas in Arizona, and this includes Nevada. Nevada is like mostly desert. There's not enough water. It's not going to work. Their greed is going to bite them on the ass. Karma never forgets. Mother Earth, Mother Nature, Gaia never forgets, and Mother Nature will get its revenge. Thankfully, I can't wait.
They can do this because they face such little competition. Worried about sky-high airfares and lousy service? That's largely because airlines have merged from 12 carriers in 1980 to only 4 today. Concerned about drug prices? Between 1995 and 2015, 60 leading pharmaceutical companies merged to only 10. Upset about food costs? 4 large companies now control 85% of beef processing, 70% of the pork market, and 54% of poultry. Worried about grocery prices? Just 3 giants, Albertsons, Kroger, and Walmart, control 70% of the grocery sales in 167 cities. Monopolies can raise prices and keep them high because there's not enough competition to charge lower prices and grab their consumers away. Right now, responsibility for fighting inflation lies with the Federal Reserve, which raises interest rates to slow the economy when prices rise. But this causes more unemployment, keeps wages low, and harms many working people. An important way to avoid inflation would be to fight it at the source. Break up monopolies using antitrust laws so that a handful of private companies can't artificially raise prices.
That's it. Well, the other Robert Reich video is about the Supreme Court, but that's kind of a snoozer. We all know the Supreme Court is rigged by the Republicans, particularly Trump. We know it's a kangaroo court. We all know that. Let's see what we got here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I like the music on Robert Reich's. Okay, let's see what we got here. Hey, Texas Storm Chaser. How are you, my friend? How are you? I remember you. Yeah, I just sent the link out for the dynamic dissenter Damien, our resident mystic, and to some other panelists. Let me see. Let me see. I think I might have forgotten one more. Okay, all done. All done. Huh. So how are you? How have you been? I haven't seen you in a couple weeks, Texas Storm Chaser. I hope life in, I guess you're in, are you in the, I forgot, are you in the Dallas, Fort Worth area, or are you in the Austin area, or the San Antonio area, or the Houston area, or Corpus Christi area? Where exactly? Refresh my memory. I know that, oh, did you find any metaphysical online companies? They're definitely out there. You can even find those products on Amazon. I've seen it. Anyway, Damien bought some new tarot decks, so he has a total of, let me see, I think he has a total of 2, 4, 5 or 6. I think he has 5 or 6. Let me think. He might have 6. He might have a total of 6. I told him, use a different deck with every reading, right? Variety is the spice of life. Use a different deck. It'll be interesting for people to see different decks. Well, not why, while I wait for my panelists, I'm going to drink some of my antioxidant-rich iced tea. All right. Just waiting for them. Okay, Damien says he'll be right there. He's feeding the cats. Why does he have to feed the cats? Why can't his wife feed the cats? What the hell's going on here? Well, let me play some of it. Okay. I'll play some of the Robert Reich video while I wait for dynamic dissenter Damien.
The Supreme Court is off the rails. And it's only going to get worse unless we fight to reform it. Public trust and approval of the court have hit historic lows due to seemingly partisan decisions and a growing number of ethics scandals. Here are three key reforms Congress should enact to restore legitimacy to our nation's highest court. Number one, establish a code of ethics. Every other federal judge has to sign on to a code of ethics, except for Supreme Court justices. This makes no sense. Judges on the highest court should be held to the highest ethical standards. Congress should impose a code of ethics on Supreme Court justices. At the very least, any ethical code should ban justices from receiving personal gifts from political donors and anyone with business before the court. Clarify when justices with conflicts of interest should remove themselves from cases, prohibit justices from trading individual stocks, and establish a formal process for investigating misconduct. Number two, enact term limits. Article 3 of the Constitution says judges may hold their office during good behavior, but it does not explicitly give Supreme Court justices lifetime tenure on the highest court, even though that's become the norm. Term limits would prevent unelected justices from accumulating too much power over the course of their tenure, and would help diffuse what has become an increasingly divisive confirmation process.
You're absolutely right, Western Mike from San Francisco. Absolutely right.
Congress should limit Supreme Court terms to 18 years, after which justices move to lower courts. Number three, expand the court. The Constitution does not limit the Supreme Court to 9 justices. In fact, Congress has changed the size of the court 7 times. It should do so again in order to remedy the extreme imbalance of today's Supreme Court. Now, some may decry this as radical court packing. That's pure rubbish. The real court packing occurred when Senate Republicans refused to even consider a Democratic nominee to the Supreme Court on the fake pretext that it was too close to the 2016 election, but then confirmed a Republican nominee just days before the 2020 election. Rather than allow Republicans to continue exploiting the system, expanding the Supreme Court would actually unpack the court. This isn't radical. It's essential. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Making these reforms happen won't be easy. We're up against big, moneyed interests who will fight to keep their control of the nation's most important court. But these key reforms have significant support from the American people who have lost trust in the court. The Supreme Court has no real power to enforce its judgments. It has no army. It has no control over spending. Its power comes from only one source: the trust of the people. With neither the sword nor the purse, trust is all it has.
Russ, you gotta be kidding. All right, what do we got here? Let's see if there's any panelists here that are ready to jump aboard. You're right. You're absolutely right. And Gabrielle's right too. The Karens, the crab asses. You know what we need to do? We got to get young blood in Washington and in politics. And we do have young blood coming from our revolution, you know, Bernie Sanders' organization, a lot of progressive independents. You got to get the old dinosaurs out of government. Yeah, Karens they're entitled, insecure attention whores. Look at me, pay attention to me. There he is. We sent to Damien.
With not just one, not just two, but 3 different tarot card decks.
Oh, hey, what happened to when you went solo the other night? Your lighting was great. It was like I could see everything. Now it's dark again.
Let me find the remote, see if I can fix it.
Yeah, when you go live on the page, the lighting is wonderful. We got Gabrielle Salaya and Western Mike here, and I don't know what happened to Ronnie Simpson. He came and he vanished.
I think that's practically going to be it because I just do what I usually do, and it's just not working. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because it works when you go solo. It's nice and bright. What the heck? That's weird. You know,
Yeah.
I was supposed to stream to Instagram, and I got booted right off Instagram. Isn't that weird? Owned by Zuckerberg.
You mean Fuckerberg? Okay.
Yeah, I got kicked off, so now we're just streaming to YouTube. It says, with all due respect, the elderly are self-absorbed. Attention. What is this thing coming up blocking my view? Son of a bitch. It's Microsoft crap. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Got another Mars side for $12.97. I don't remember buying these two right here. Like, I don't remember buying them. I don't.
Microsoft Edge trying to push its way into Google Chrome. Son of a bitch. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Yeah, when you get everything situated, I'll show everyone these 3 decks because these are actually pretty cool.
Let me just read what he says. With all due respect, the elderly are self-absorbed attention seekers, don't know why they keep defending and even being nice to them. People like people who are kind. Well, because you got a bunch of crab asses, that's why. Mental people in the world. Yeah, like George Steele, remember? Yeah, the green tongue.
He was a teacher, actually.
Oh, he was very good. He's a physical fitness professor in Michigan. No, he's a very smart guy. That was a gimmick, but regardless of age or gender, people have lost their minds and sometimes don't even know what they're upset about. Well, women are like that. They don't really don't know what they want. You know.
Yeah, they get very emotional. Well, they know what they want.
Well, they say they know what they want, and then they change their mind.
They know what they want, but they very emotional beings. Very emotional.
Yeah, and they yeah, they're very. You can't predict them. They're like the weather. It helps.
No.
Yeah, you can't. There's no logic. It's not
You
like
can try, but
it's not like men are predictable.
they are. They really
they're
are.
very logical. Like I know, getting to know all you guys. I know how you guys are. I know how you feel, what you like, what you don't.
Yeah, you can kind of tell, right?
Yeah. Okay, now let me. I'm gonna have to. No, it's not gonna work either. I don't know what. I was just telling Damien when he goes solo with the tarot card reading, the lighting is like nice.
It's too. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe it's too dark.
I don't know. I don't understand what it is. Is it like a evil spirit that's causing you not to have illumination, or is it?
But he's doing that now? The tarot card reading?
No,
it could be something with StreamYard because it seems like it's only a StreamYard issue.
I don't use StreamYard.
This isn't StreamYard. This is Restream.
It's Restream. Oh, Ronnie, I was supposed to stream on YouTube and Instagram booted me right off. Well, you heard it.
Yeah, I saw in the comments. Yeah.
You were there. Okay. All right. You know what? Maybe.
So you think it's that hawk-nosed geek?
It's a hawk nose. Yeah, that's why I took my trusted Uncle Frank, the pipe wrench, to give him the nose job. You know, just turn it clockwise, counterclockwise, twist it, and you know, take the Jew out of him. You know,
That might not be so easy.
Well, it's easy if I get his nose in there, but to grab him without his millions of bodyguards around him.
They say you can take the Jew out of Brooklyn, but you can't take Brooklyn out of the Jew, or something like that.
I was also told by a wise guy relative that roses are red, violets are blue. You can skin a banana, but you can't skin a Jew.
Why?
This is so fucking tight, you know. It's like
that's not a very good one. I don't.
So anyway, maybe what I was saying is maybe if Damien like elevated every deck and put it closer to the camera, so we could see it, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm just showing off the box art first.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna put Damien on what do you call?
Is that a picture of Brock Lesnar underneath?
He's got a bunch of faces on his bedspread. I don't know what the hell they are.
Is that Brock Lesnar,
wrestling
Damien?
blanket.
It's
it's just a wrestling blanket.
Oh, it's a wrestling. Oh, they are wrestlers. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I bought this one today, and then I was going through to see what other tarot cards I have. This is the Lost Tarot of Nostradamus. I'm still doing some research on that one. This one I don't even remember buying. This is it's a Welsh themed deck. I if my memory serves me correctly, I may have bought these at not the Books a Million here in Kingsport, but maybe the one in Bristol ? On the Virginia side, I think. I don't remember, but yeah, this is the one I bought today at Books a Million for $12.97. Tax and all out the door, I think it was like $14. But this one looks more like the traditional Marseille. And of course, it comes with a book, which I've already read this book, so I don't need to do it. Now, what makes these a little different, let me just set my phone down so I can get them out of the box. So the back of these look a little different. I don't know how well you can see it in the light because it's a pretty dark back of the card, but still. So, like I said, these look more like the traditional Marseille. So these look more like the traditional playing cards. So I'll hold up each one as best I can to get the best lighting on it. So,
oh my God, it's like fucking. It's like what kind of wattage is on that white light? I mean,
I guess it must be something here with this streaming service because on Solo this would be great. So
yeah,
obviously
it's hard to see actually. Yeah.
And I'm holding it like right in the light, so you can see the reflection right there on the light.
Yeah, Now I see it better when you went north with the card.
Well, when he does that, it's a lot of glow too. A lot.
There you
it's
go.
obviously something with the streaming service.
No, I see it a lot better now.
So yeah, King of Pentacles.
Yeah, it has that old antique, old-fashioned look, that retro look.
Yeah, so those look more like old school playing cards. So then, of course, the Queen of Pentacles.
Yeah. What is a pentacle?
It's a coin. It's basically to equate to coins.
Yeah, the Pentacles became. I think they became.
Come on, focus.
Diamonds, maybe, right?
Well, you said it was a coin.
Yeah, no, I mean, the tarot is the old. They created the playing card from the tarot. I mean, the minor arcana.
You see, it looks just like the Marseille, but it's darker.
And yeah, it has a very antique look. I like it. I've seen them in the light. They're really attractive cards, Ronnie.
Well, Well, I'm just showing them off for everyone else because I know you've already seen this one. Now, the other two you've not seen, but I'll show those off here in a minute.
Where is this from, you said?
I bought this at Books A Million.
Is that like a Barnes & Noble?
Yeah, it's like the other equivalent to a Barnes & Noble, but I think Books A Million has a better selection.
I don't have any of those around here that I've seen.
I guess Books A Million is more like Southern Virginia and then on down, and then Barnes & Noble I think is more of like a northern thing because
Yeah, well,
there's no
I'm in
Books A
Florida,
Million.
so
There's no Books A Million in Christiansburg and Blacksburg, Virginia, around Virginia Tech. They got a Barnes & Noble, so I
that's
don't
Northern
understand.
Virginia.
Upper Southwest Virginia, getting close to Central Virginia. Now, this is one that's very different. On the other one, it's like gold, but this one, lots
a
of
snake?
blue. No, it's not a snake. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but it's not a snake.
Looks like a snake.
So that's all of the coins. And let's see, what's the next one? Oh, yeah, the swords. Very beautiful swords. This is the one that I think represents me the most, the Knight of Swords. Yeah, that's definitely me. I don't know what it is with the... Come on, focus.
Yeah, we have Barnes and Noble too, but they suck. I mean, they are
Now,
what they are. I mean, but
yeah, with this one, you can obviously tell more as to what the difference between the wands and the swords are, because the wands, they stay straight, whereas the swords bend. So
that's true. Like scimitars. Unless you're looking at the ace of clubs and ace of wands, then it looks like a club with with leaves growing out of it. There's a sword. Yeah, the minor arcana. The tarot is separated in two parts, Ronnie. The major arcana, minor arcana, and it is a total of 78 cards. Well, Gabriel's temperature today, I think, was 109. But last week it was 118. But they keep building and building and building. I don't know where they're going to get all that water. Here's these are the court cards. So the page of cups. It's hard to tell. 10 of cups. What the hell's the Roman numeral? See, they left the Roman numeral off that one, did they?
no, it's on here. I'm just trying to get the focus. But anyway, this is the 9.
Oh. Is the Ace of Cups?
This is very interesting here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ancient history that goes into them, and they're shockingly accurate. I used to dabble with them years ago. They are very accurate.
So are we going to do anything else on the show, James, or just focus on this?
Well, after he shows it, we can talk about something else. I mean, we could talk about pro wrestling or sports, but the point is, the way like pro wrestling is, the way the writers have been.
Well, we can talk about how Liv Morgan single-handedly ended the PG era.
I haven't seen her photos yet.
Oh, really? No, you did. You posted something in the Facebook group. I saw.
No, I honestly didn't see her.
Yeah, I think you did.
Her
That
new
was you.
photos.
Didn't you post something in the Facebook group about
No,
that?
it might have been, maybe it was Mick or somebody else. I know she has new, like, sort of risque.
It was like Daisy Duke booty shorts.
Oh, she's wearing Daisy Dukes. Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
And the bottom of her ass cheek hanging up.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, okay.
And then she does like a twirl spin around,
Well, she was a Hooters waitress.
Yeah, that's impressive, man. I didn't know that.
I mean, originally.
In Jersey, I guess, right?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, in Jersey. And what happened was there was a wrestler, not a famous wrestler, but some say it might have been Enzo Amore, but like a mid card guy, and he was there, and she went up. She was told who he was and where he was sitting, and she asked, "How could I get into the business?"
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. The rest is history.
All right.
You know,
Enzo Amore went out with Carmella in real life too. They're both they are both also from Jersey.
Yeah, well, Carmella used to say Staten Island, but she,
No, they're from Jersey though. Yeah, but she did try to say Staten Island like kayfabe.
Yeah, kayfabe Staten Island. Well, they did the same thing with the Jersey Shore cast. They weren't. Most of them were from Staten Island.
Oh, really?
And
well, you know what? The Jersey Shore is,
and Snooki is
that's
from,
where you go on a summer break. People don't really live at the Jersey Shore. So it would make sense that they're from Staten Island.
Yeah, well, they rent a bungalow or whatever. They rent.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
it's only for the summer.
Only for the summer. There's nothing else going on there aside from this, the beach.
Mm-hmm.
It's really dead,
And the beach isn't even really that great either.
No, it's not. I've seen much better. Like if you go further south.
You go to Fort Lauderdale?
Well, yeah, no, Florida. Even if you go to Ocean City, Maryland, or Cape May, New Jersey, there are tons of beaches that are.
Hey, James, maybe take Damien off full screen since looks like he's taking a break.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I feel like I'm in a bat cave there.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. What's going on? What Town Nation's going on here? Okay, we're back. Yeah, Seaside Heights is where
Seaside Heights. That's another one.
Sleeside Heights
Fleaside.
is where the show is filmed.
Oh, really?
The we say Sleeside Heights because it's crowded.
Everybody's sleazy over there.
Yeah, all kinds of people go there.
Like Atlantic City.
Well, Atlantic City, the sleaze of Atlantic City is not from the tourism of Atlantic City, but the neighborhood.
Well, yeah, it's in the ghetto.
They said that the casino industry was going to revitalize the ghetto, and it never happened.
Revitalize the area.
Just like when they built the New Jersey State Sea Aquarium in Camden, which is by Philadelphia.
Oh, come on!
They were supposed to revitalize Camden. You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
It sucks, man. New Jersey.
Once somebody is fucked up in the head.
The people of New Jersey are constantly screwed over by their state government.
Right. Nothing revitalized. I could have told them it wasn't going to work.
Camden.
What's going to work is you send the National Guard in there and you clean house.
You know what? Jersey doesn't have that many good cities, like at all. It has a lot of cities, but which one would you say is actually might be like a good city to go to?
City?
Yeah, an actual city. Yeah.
None of them.
None of them, right?
Addison sucks, where I was born.
Elizabeth is a ghetto.
Yeah, you see, what happened is Elizabeth's no damn good. You got the Newark and then the surrounding area.
Newark, I think they say is like the most dangerous city in the country.
Well, you know what? There's one part of Newark. No, there's two parts of Newark that you would never think you're in Newark. One is the Ironbound section where all the Portuguese and Spaniards and Brazilians live. It's like a quiet residential, all restaurants and fish markets and bakeries. I'm telling you, it's like a cornucopia for food lovers, and it's safe. Then you have the Italian section. I think it might be East Newark, where no riffraff would dare go into that neighborhood. Otherwise, something will happen to them.
What's the name of the neighborhood?
I think it's East Newark. I think I could be wrong, but it's no riffraff goes in. It's like a roach motel. They check in, but they don't check out.
Wow.
And so, but the rest of Newark.
Well, you don't hear about that, right?
Yeah, because it's not politically correct for the media to talk about it. But it's like the Italian section of the Bronx. I'm sure
Well, you do hear about that a little bit.
Mm.
There's an Italian section of Harlem still, the original Little Italy.
I heard, and I couldn't believe it. I heard there was a Little Italy in Harlem.
I think I told you. I think I was the one who told you.
Well, Washington Heights is Spanish Harlem, right?
Yes, it's mostly. I think Dominicans is the majority.
Roses, like the song, "Our roses black in Spanish Harlem."
Yeah, so I think it's only about.
All right, I'm sorry. Bells and whistles.
I think it's only about a block long on it. It's Pleasant Avenue. It's called in Harlem.
The Italian neighborhood is only a block long.
Yeah, no, really. That's what used to be Little Italy, but it got taken over, became Spanish Harlem.
They're gentrifying. So,
but this changed. It's like 60 years ago. This happened. This is nothing new.
You have all those buildings were remodeled and went condo.
Yeah.
And especially the ones near the Hudson River. The ones near the Hudson River, the old yuppies moving in there, and it's a different. There's The same thing with, like, I heard Bedford-Stuyvesant, like certain parts of Brooklyn that were high crime areas is all like.
But I think they're high crime again. What happened in 2020? The city just went downhill. Even the gentrifying shit.
Because
it wasn't working anymore.
Because of that Eric.
The COVID shit.
Eric,
there was that, the COVID, and then they got this honky tonk mayor.
De Blasio and his.
That guy was bad. That guy sucked. But
De Blasio and his wife.
Mayor Adams is the same shit or maybe worse.
Yeah, he wasn't tough on crime either, De Blasio. He was.
No, that guy is
Momo. He's a Momaloop.
They call him the dope from Park Slope.
The dope from Park Slope. Now, Flatbush is a bad area. Now,
You know who said that? You know who said that one? Sal Mercurio.
Oh, Mercurio.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good one-liners.
Sometimes I call him Mercurochrome. You know, Mercurochrome is like we used to put on your cuts and.
Oh no, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's like a antiseptic. Mercurochrome, Sal Mercurochrome. Now, what did I say? Flatbush. What happened?
Bushwick. East New York.
Yeah. It's all the shits. I mean, it was the shits when I was in Ronald Thierry's SUV, and I saw graffiti everywhere, like except for
Staten Island. Oh no, you were in the Bronx, right?
Except for that beautiful part of the Bronx, City Island.
Yeah.
City Island.
Right. Now Staten Island is kind of like that too.
Oh, very residential.
They call it the redheaded stepchild of New York City.
Redheaded stepchild. I think Curtis Lewa should have became mayor.
It's gonna be Booty Boy.
Booty Jig. Who's Harris running mate? No.
Nah, they're not gonna put him in.
No, that wouldn't work.
It would be too much.
America's not ready for that.
It would be historic, right?
It'll be very historic. I mean, hold on for a second. I got a new.
The first gay vice president. Oh,
well, it's
great.
not a new one. It's. I've had it. I have a whole
vice president.
Obelisk. Oh, pendulum. Would it be a dire mistake if Kamala Harris picked Buttigieg as his running mate, vice presidential running mate, Pete Buttigieg? Yes. Oh boy, it would be a huge mistake. Is it because America is not quite ready for a gay vice president or president?
No, they're not ready yet. Not yet.
Be lucky. She'd be lucky if she becomes the first female.
The first openly black
now
president.
The pendulum is my hunch accurate where I believe that Kamala Harris, if Donald Trump finds enough courage to debate her, that she will absolutely destroy him to shreds.
Yes.
It will be a huge mistake if Trump debated Kamala Harris because of her experience and her background and her aggressive personality. It would be.
She's a strong black woman of color.
She was a prosecutor. She was a.
Now, James, what do you think about her pantsuits?
Well, she has to. She can't wear mini skirts.
Is this just another annoying wench in a pantsuit?
Well, I don't want to see a female presidential running mate. Presidential candidate wearing clothes from Forever 21. Wearing a tight hoochie.
A skirt over the knees.
Yeah, no.
Can't do that.
You got to be appropriately dressed. But anyway, Damien is showing an interesting card, a style, an interesting style. Hold on, let me.
So yeah, this is the Lost Tarot of Nostradamus. So I had to get this whole thing sorted. So yeah, I think I kind of sort of got the light fixed. I don't really think I did, but oh well, best I could do.
So as soon as I maximized your screen, it got dark. What the fuck? You're gonna have to get a normal Bombia. I mean, a LED. I mean, I got tons of them here.
I think it's just something with this streaming service because I've messed with my settings. I've done everything I can do, and it's just not working. So, but yeah, I
Damien,
do like this.
that's a little hard to see.
So I can try getting it like right in the light. But yeah, this is the back of the cards. Very interesting.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it?
It's like a Nautilus. It's like a Nautilus shell. Yeah, it is very interesting.
This is it. The Lost Tarot of Nostradamus.
Yeah, I saw that. What was the card that you were showing?
So it's separated. I've got them separated according to the particular suit because this one take everything you think you know about tarot and throw it out the window because this one is very hard to understand. So I'll go through the major arcana first that will actually focus. There we go.
It's very gothic looking, right?
Medieval.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, Dark Ages medieval. Yeah.
When was Nostradamus around? Like the 1500s?
Yeah. 1400s, I think.
Yeah. You
during
can't interpret this the normal way because the
Crusades.
artwork is so different.
It was the 1200.
So, what does that say? The Papus?
The Papus. So that would be the equivalent of the High Priestess
The
in the
Pope?
regular deck.
Like the female Pope, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it could be a high priestess of witchcraft.
Well, Papus sounds like Pope, the way that they say it.
As in papal.
Right.
Not PayPal, but papal.
PayPal. What does it say? Use captures, Sinaloa, boss cartel. Ismael. What is he talking about?
I don't know. He's talking Spanish to us.
Oh, I know what he's talking about. One of the head honchos of the Sinaloa cartel was captured crossing the border. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, Mexican.
When, like, recently? Past couple, like, new news?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure exactly where he was captured, but yeah, he was one of the head guys of the Sinaloa cartel, and
Why?
he was recently captured.
Are these people on?
But he's trying to cross the border. The boss of the Sinaloan cartel.
Yeah,
that's hard to believe.
Are they on a wanted list?
Yeah,
or something.
I mean, I would assume so. I mean, if you're one of the head honchos of a cartel, of course you're bound to be on some wanted list.
Yeah, I would
somewhere.
think he's on the wanted list, and then that's a reason to ask why the fuck is he trying to cross the border on foot? Nah, man, I don't think so. That seems kind of stupid, right?
Look at that, the Wheel of Fortune. It's really interesting deck. I mean, very goth.
I like how Brock Lesnar is always looking at you too.
Fortitude. You see, it's different. Fortitude. That's probably the strength card.
Yeah, and it's flipped with justice and strength, so it's influenced by the Marseille in terms of the numbering. But when you look at the actual artwork, it draws from both the Rider Waite and the Marseille, but it also draws influence from the Thoth deck, Aleister Crowley's deck. So it's like a hybrid of all three, but it's also different at the same time. That's why before I do anything with these ones, I mean, they are cool, but I'm going to have to really, really study these because the book does not really do a whole lot of justice. In fact, the book that comes with it just makes it way more confusing.
Chapo. He's talking about El Chapo. His son was
Wait,
gonna
was he El
surrender.
Chapo's son? Is he?
Who?
The guy that we were just talking about, from the
You think
Sinaloa
that's El
cartel?
Chapo's son?
Is he?
El
Oh,
Chapo
that's
is incarcerated here, right?
Yeah, he's in a
In the
federal
U.S.
penitentiary.
So okay, so then maybe his son's trying to come here to help him get out.
I mean, maybe.
That sounds
Question
a
mark?
little more plausible than
40 years. Wow.
40 years. Oh, I thought 40-year sentence in jail,
No,
or
40
it's a
years.
life sentence.
No, he says 40-year cartel boss.
It's a life sentence, right? That he got.
Come on, focus.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how unique they are. I mean, they
There we
are
go.
very unique, and they should be.
Oh, it
It's called the
happened on a jet plane. He wasn't trying to cross on foot. Oh.
Oh,
So his
really?
jet was intercepted in airspace.
Yeah, okay.
Got
That's
it.
what they're saying. Yeah.
Well, it only makes sense. They can afford private jets.
That's what I'm saying. Why the fuck is he crossing the border like that? That sounded like bullshit to me.
Because they have a hard time conducting business with the new government in Mexico.
It's a very progressive,
No,
left-leaning
they're democratic
government.
socialists. They're cleaning house.
Cleaning house of the cartels, you think?
No, all the corruption, the corrupt judges, not they're. I mean, they're.
But how can they actually solve the cartel problem?
They use the.
It's a big problem in Mexico.
They use the military, Mexican
The
military.
military? The military is always trying to take over the government, so you don't want to give them too much power. The military is constantly taking over the government in Mexico.
That's because before the military was beholden to
the king.
The oligarch, the
To the
Mexican
king.
oligarch. Yeah. Now these are without a doubt fascinating cards, and I expected them to be because they're Nostradamus deck. Look at that. Look at that.
So these were the cards that Nostradamus would play with.
No.
Well, what they did was they found a lot of works by Nostradamus, and they also found out that around his time, the original tarot cards were in vogue and were really in demand. So what they did was he actually had a little commentary about the very, very early ones. So technically, this would go right alongside the very first deck ever made. So these would go back even before the Marseille. So this kind of would be
What's
like
the Marseille?
the one that I showed at the very beginning, the one that looks like playing cards. That's the one that became
the
very
first
popular.
one?
It's a famous tarot card. I have the Marseille, but I have one of the old versions of the Marseille.
Is it from France? That's why it's called that?
Yeah, it's from France. But these ones, I'm not sure who made these, but they obviously got a hold of some like really good information because
the
artwork on it is very complex. Like trying to interpret it the normal way, you can't really do because again, the artwork is very intricate.
You got to you got to put a ball. You got to put a LED bulb that's equivalent to like 75 watt. I mean, they're a dime a dozen.
Did you see the opening ceremony of the Olympics, Damien?
Yeah, I saw it. We might pull some cards on that later, but I guess it's got to be just something with this streaming service because I've done everything with my camera. They're right there in the light, so
the streaming service sucks. It's a restream. Yeah, you can't even see the cards.
Yeah, because if I was just do it sell on Facebook Live,
right,
these would be just fine. Because I've noticed the bulb's not gotten dim in any way. That's the brightness it's always been on.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've got it right there in the light. Like I'm pointing right at the direction of the light. So
yeah, this has to be a problem with the streaming platform.
So That was the major arcana. This is the stars, so that would be the equivalent to the swords. Suns, this one right here, is the equivalent to the wands.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at the card. I'm laughing at Ronnie. As soon as I put up my my avatar, he put up his avatar. I was just gonna go lie down. But I'm here. I can still talk to you guys. Oh, look at that. It's almost like it's like it look almost like a chimera or gargoyle or
something like that.
As a human head on an animal body.
Yeah. So you can definitely tell it's very Nostradamus era oriented. So it's like very early Renaissance. You can also tell it's also very like Christian and Catholicism themed. Because Nostradamus was not really a devout Christian or a devout Catholic, but he was definitely well educated and was definitely in church most of his life.
He was definitely he wasn't like he was not against the church in France. His problem was with the Vatican because they had the Inquisition back then, and that's why everything was in quatrains, in these riddles. You know, he couldn't like just directly say it in French, you know, what his visions were. You know, it was all quatrains. It was all hidden from the Catholic Church. Oh, freaking! I don't know if it's dust or what, or pollen. Can't be dust because I vacuumed.
Maybe you stirred up some dust.
Well, I threw out the foam topper on my bed because it was crumbling. It was deteriorating. I had a foam topper. And that was a job, dragging it out of the house, and then I had to vacuum again. Anyway, these cards are, without a doubt, different, unique, fascinating. And
yeah, and it's not wanting to focus on this one because this one has some very interesting artwork. Because this is like the king of wands. Come on, focus.
What you're gonna probably have to do is when someday when you go solo and you wanna, and after you've studied that deck, show them when you go solo, and I'm sure the lighting will be a lot better, and I could see the crescent moon on that one.
Yeah, because suns, stars, these are the moons, so these would be the equivalent to the cups.
Okay, I see a heart. I see French lilies, fleur de lis, French lilies. The heart. I see
Yeah, see what I mean? Very intricate in terms of how to read and interpret these.
yeah, you would have to just devote some time to study that deck alone.
Well, I did find some helpful YouTube videos for others that have actually taken the time to read them. And I'm finding that that's actually much more helpful than the book. The book, oh God, the cats are fighting.
Don't go by people. You know how many so-called experts and gurus are on YouTube? And forums? Oh, they're the worst. If you go
Well, sometimes you got to sift through, but yeah, so far all the YouTube sources I've found have been pretty good. Because like I said, the book is confusing. It really doesn't do any justice, so.
All right. Well, it's going to take time for you to familiarize yourself and get to know. That's a tower, right?
Yeah, this is the 10 of cups, but there's a tower, but there's no people in it.
Oh, it's not the infamous tower with the lightning bolt.
Yeah, that was the Burning Tower in the Major Arcana. So, yeah, it's definitely a much different style as compared to the Toth, the Marseille, and the Rider-Waite-Smith. It's got all the above, but it's its own unique style.
So you have the Toth. You have the Toth deck.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere. That's the one I said that I've obviously misplaced somewhere.
Okay.
It's around the house somewhere.
So you have a total of 6 decks then, right?
Well,
Or more.
I've got more than 6.
Wow.
Yeah, now we're getting to the spheres.
When you find it, keep them all in a safe spot. You know, so nobody messes with it.
I probably just packed it away somewhere. It's probably just something that I packed up and never bothered to unpack. So, yeah, one day when I start searching through the house and I start unpacking some things, we're bound to find it. Because the Toth deck is actually very hard to interpret and very hard to read and understand. Like, you have to be already very well knowledged and versed, because if you start there, your tarot reading experience is not going to last long, because you will get so overwhelmed and so confused that, although it is tied to the Marseille and the Rider-Waite-Smith, it's its own school and it's its own style,
So
just like
would
this.
you consider the Toth deck to be harder to read and interpret than the Nostradamus deck? Or just different?
About the same.
About the same.
This is a little bit more self-explanatory. Like, this at least has some pictures that you can use to interpret intuitively and to, read consciously, subconsciously, and superconsciously, and how to interpret it literally, figuratively, metaphorically, allegorically. That you've got something to work with these. The top deck, you don't. So yeah, these are the spheres. This is the equivalent to the pentacles or the coins. So yeah, very, very nice.
So it's just like an orb. It's the sphere is a sphere. That's like a crystal ball or something.
Well, the sphere is it's actually here on top of the card, right there. That's the sphere. That's the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the sun.
Yes,
and
yes.
then there's the star, and then here's the major arcana.
Okay. Yeah, the star, the moon, I could see it. The sun, I could see it. Well, no, actually, the sun and the star, I could see right away. What's going on here? Oh, I think you put Ronnie to sleep. Western Mike, what are you looking at? Are you staring at the planetarium with chewing on edibles or something? What are you doing, Western Mike? We got some marijuana stores. We have a few of them in this town, dispensaries. But why should I pay out of pocket when, I mean, if I get a prescription for edibles, it should be paid for by my health insurance, just like my pharmaceuticals are paid for. I'm not gonna pay out of pocket. Screw them. State of New Jersey, motherfuckers. Oh, it's really? The sun is still out in San Francisco. How about that? How about that? That is odd. No, I hear you. I hear you. Could you refrigerate your THC gummies, could they be refrigerated? Medical marijuana requires a reason. So well, that's why they call it a prescription. You can't, like if let's say somebody takes tranquilizers, right, to calm down. Like a doctor might say, well, your tranquilizers are not 100% effective. Well, let's try medical marijuana. Sometimes, yeah, I see what you mean. Sometimes Restream, I don't.
Yeah, this is the other one.
Yeah, 7:28 p.m. You're still gonna have sunlight, Gabrielle.
Yeah, so this is the one that's Welsh themed. So this is pentacles, cups, wands, swords, and the major arcana. So you can definitely tell it's very folklorish themed. Like this is the universe, but it's definitely very different. So
yeah,
I assume this is just like the Rider-Waite Smith, but just a Welsh interpretation.
the Welsh, and I can see them better because they're not dark like the Nostradamus.
Exactly. So yeah, it's obviously just something with the lighting in these cards. So
you know what?
I like the artwork on this one. This one really does stand out, at least to me, pretty well. Because the magician in that one is a female. Typically, it's a male.
Maybe if there's too many females, then it's probably some feminist chick that designed them.
Well, let's see. Now here's the Emperor. The Emperor is obviously a male. If it'll focus.
Yeah, I bet the Fool is a male.
Yeah, it is.
Lamat, it's French. Lamat, the Fool.
Yeah, and see, this is a little bit more intricate. With this one, he's riding a horse and he's fleeing, as compared to just wandering around aimlessly.
Le Pendu. I think the hangman is Le Pendu.
Yeah, the Hierophant, this one is a male. The Lovers. This one looks a little bit more French inspired than Welsh inspired. Yeah, the Chariot, obviously. I don't understand why it just does not want to focus tonight. There we go.
Yeah, I can see it now. Actually, I can see them pretty decent. Oh, my phone went dead. I think it's the USB. The 6-foot USB is no good. Shit.
Yeah, these ones, I could definitely do some readings with this one, just to kind of switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it'll be fascinating if once you're really familiar with all your decks, that if you changed off and I mean,
the cards are bigger. Like these are wider and thicker. They may not look like it on camera, but these are actually much wider and thicker as compared to the normal deck.
It'll be more of a challenge to shuffle.
Or these actually could be easy to shuffle. But then again, I just opened these up. These were still in the cellophane wrapper. So I don't know how long these have actually been in my possession for. So yeah, these are still unopened relatively. I just opened them today and just started going through just to get familiar with the artwork. Yeah, this one I could definitely rock, because this one is, like I said, pretty self-explanatory. There is a little bit of deviation from the Rider-Waite Smith. Like this one has a little bit more intricacy with the tower. That obviously you see the lightning bolt, but there's more going on around it. So with the Rider-Waite Smith, you would usually associate that being destruction, chaos, and disorder. This is just a lot of momentum and a lot of stuff going on. So just like a new perspective and a new twist on the tower. I do like this one. The star is pretty as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the three that I've misplaced somewhere are my my Mystic Dreaming deck, my Toth deck, and my I found the book. So obviously if the book is in here somewhere and easy to find, then the deck is obviously somewhere to find. That this is pretty cool with the moon, that you see the moon and you have an owl flying over a lake. That's pretty cool. That one's a female. Which on the Rider-Waite Smith, you can obviously tell that the child that's on the animal in the sun, it's like a baby female. That's an older female. So that's interesting. So it looks like they're definitely keeping everything true to style with it. So that's all the major arcana. Now the swords are pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, and just I if my memory does serve me correctly, I think I did buy these at the Books A Million in Bristol. I think I bought these and the Lost Tarot of Nostradamus. I think I also bought my wife a deck, and she wants to get in to learn how to read. But hers that she has, it's a cat themed deck, and that's what she wants to learn on.
Yeah, no, that's just silly. Yeah, I know they got so many crazy ass decks now.
When I told her, I said, you can learn the cat deck, but to really get everything down pat, you at least want to learn the Rider-Waite Smith and then go from there, because every deck has its own meaning and its own interpretation. So a lot of the rules can apply, but do they always? Not really.
You gotta learn on the traditional deck before going on to these miscellaneous.
I really like this one. This is the Ten of Swords. That shows more intricacy as compared to the Rider-Waite Smith.
Dr. Zachary Smith. Yeah.
And then with this one, sometimes depending upon the deck, sometimes the pages are male, sometimes the pages are female. This one I really can't tell. This could be either or. Yeah, the Knight is obviously, that's obviously a male. Yeah, that definitely does look like a Welsh king from back in the day. So that's the swords. Here's the wands.
Uh-huh. Yeah, those are so much easier to see.
If I had to actually draw something, these actually might be pretty close to like my Mystic Dreamer deck that I've misplaced. That the style is relatively close, but that one is more of, there's like a deliberate fog and a haze going on with it to make it appear as though that it's like in a dream world state. That's kind of the reason why I bought them, was I bought them necessarily for the artwork as just like as a collectible, not necessarily so much for reading. These ones, yeah, you could definitely do it for the artwork and for reading, because I honestly think that some of the tarot cards that they make, I think they just make them just for display, for artwork, and for novelty and collectability. Now, for some people, it might resonate with and might click with, but everyone's different. Like, some people don't resonate with the Rider-Waite Smith. They resonate with something else. I mean, if that's the case, by all means. It's like some people don't resonate with the Marseille. I mean, that's cool. I didn't really resonate with it at first, but as I got more in tune with it,
Yeah.
and was able to really figure out what the cards were and went from there. I mean,
Yeah.
I caught on pretty quick.
Now these Welsh cards are very Renaissance.
Yeah, and I like them. And they also stay relatively true to form with it. That yeah, they are relatively close to the original, but again, it's a Welsh interpretation and a Welsh twist. But yeah, it's definitely like Renaissance, possibly medieval. Because even in Wales, there is their own language. It's an offshoot of Celtic, and only about 5% of the population still speaks it. Which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. Yeah, some famous individuals from Wales. Sean Connery is from Wales. The band Bullet for My Valentine is also from Wales. James Bond's Pierce Brosnan, he's from Wales.
Yeah, Richard Burton is what was from Wales. Tom Jones, the singer, is Welsh. A lot of people are from Wales.
And if you ever go there, it's very lush and green. Looks like something straight out of like a medieval story, but it's just where it rains a lot. There's just a lot of lush green land. And there's a lot of farming that goes on in Wales as well.
It sounds like as the climate of Ireland.
To a great extent, yeah, but a lot of farming also goes on in Wales because the soil is good and they're not really going to run into droughts that while though it does rain a lot, they don't really get a whole lot of downpouring rain. So, that the crops are going to be good and that they're definitely going to be well taken care of and well tended to just because, well, it rains a lot because it's right there on the coast.
Right.
So typically during the summer, it's usually pretty mild. I mean, it can get pretty hot depending, but again, it's most time just rainy and just lush and green. And very rural.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like Ireland. Very rural, very lush, rolling hills, green.
And I told you how we're able to trace back my Owens branch back to Floyd Owens, Pembroke, Wales, 1748, that it's a northwestern coastal town, and that he came here just after the war. He settled in the coal fields of Virginia. That's right there in that section that's north of Tennessee, but east of Kentucky, and it's south of West Virginia. Like that whole area is known as the coal fields. So that would be for the counties, that would be Buchanan, Dickinson, Wise, and a little bit of Scott and Lee County. And then also, once you cross over in Kentucky, Harlan County and Hazard County, Kentucky. And I honestly thought that's where the Dukes of Hazzard was filmed at, Hazard County, Kentucky. Nope, it's Georgia.
No, that's Georgia. Hazard County. And Georgia has so many counties. Looks like a jigsaw puzzle.
Tennessee's got 95. North Carolina's got 95. So, but yeah, that's my Welsh deck. That's all the decks I wanted to show off tonight.
You know what? that's quite sufficient. And let's see. Well, I guess I'm just doing stuff around here. I learned that extra long USB cords do not last forever,
Nah, they don't.
and they don't. They're not as efficient as your standard length.
And if you also use a longer USB port as a means to keep a controller charged, so that way you're not constantly going through wireless batteries, the longer the cord, there's more of an input delay with them, I found.
Yeah, I noticed. At one time, I ordered this long, transparent USB cord with different color LED lights flashing inside. It didn't work. It didn't. The attractiveness of and it wasn't as bright and colorful as the photo in the advertisement, or the video in the advertisement, I should say. It wasn't the same. Just like when you see a product known for its colors, I honestly think they finagle with that photo to make it look more vivid.
Well, at least if I can try fooling with the remote a little bit more, see if I can get the lighting fixed.
D-back, see, a lot of people are really not into like deep stuff, like when we talk about mysticism and tarot and divination and chakras and vibrational frequencies and dimensions.
I think I fixed it.
A lot of people, we lose a lot of people, but that's okay. It's not for everybody.
I think I fixed whatever the problem was, because now it looks good.
What was the problem? Was it the remote? Or
I guess I just had to fiddle with the settings and reset something, because now it's just a little brighter. Not much, but still, every little bit helps.
well, not only that, Michael, Western Mike, this is not long enough for me to show you, but the part where the USB cord goes into, well, now you can see it. The part where the cord goes into the connector that goes in the port, it wears out right here. That's why that Instagram video showed somebody drilling into a milk gallon cap and putting it in that. But they sell something where you can brace this part of the USB so it doesn't wear out.
Let's see if I can try flipping the camera around so I can go over to my chair. No option for back camera, so let me back out and then hop back in. Just give me a moment.
Okay. It almost looks like seeing spirits. His bedspread, doesn't it? You have like black background with white faces. So how are things with your juicing and your exercise and your nutritional recipes and everything? How's things going, Western Mike? You still doing the smoothies and juicing? Let's see. Oh. Okay, so I guess the problem was the USB cord. The 6-foot USB cord is ready for the glue factory. All right, there he is.
There we go. Got it fixed.
I like your when you were doing your spicy noodle review, you had said that it tastes exactly like it smelled.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes taste follows exactly like how it smells.
Yeah, or sometimes it happens with craft beer too, right? I mean, the flavor, like what you detect from the various hops. There's different varieties of hops. Centennial, what's the other one? Citra, Cascade. There's so many freaking hops.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law's neighbor in upstate New York has a hop plantation. He grows hops for the craft beer industry, which I find interesting. Because if he wanted to, he can also have commercial beehives and collect hop flower honey.
He
I wonder
could.
how that would taste. Because bees stay in a certain territory. That's why you have orange blossom honey and avocado honey, and because they don't go beyond their territory. So if the guy has a hop plantation and he had the hives with the drawers that come out, the only thing is, I know of people that they take the drawers out and collect the honey and the pollen, whatever. They collect the honey with no bonnet, no suit, no bonnet, nothing. And what they do is they move slow like a Tai Chi practitioner, because I think the problem is if you move fast, the bees feel threatened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they run.
Unless you get like one of those really big fuzzy bees that they will sting, but a lot of times they're the ones that just like to annoy you.
Well, what do bumblebees do?
I think that's a bumblebee, right? The fuzzy one.
They bumble. What is bumbling? I mean, what are they? Why are they bumblebees? Or what are they?
Because they're big and fat.
Yeah, they're big and fat. And they're not very
like a bumble butt.
Like they're clumsy. Well, no, they're not clumsy. Actually, they fly very well.
Well, they do fly, and a lot of times into things. They don't understand what it means to go up against a solid object. Like they'll fly into windows, fly into doors, fly into the side of housing and things like that. So
But that's just the bumblebees. Or that's all the bees.
that's the bumblebee. Now you get. I have never seen these. They must be some sort of genetic mutation, but a lot of the wasps around here are like a reddish orange.
Sounds like a
Oh
mutation.
shit, that's fucked up.
I know the murder hornets from Japan are already in the United States. You know, the
murder hornets.
They call them murder hornet, the giant hornets.
Yeah, and they are mean as shit.
They're big.
Would they commit murder?
Because what they do is they raid beehives and they just like Vikings, like a Viking attack. They just start pillage and pummel, the beehive.
Yeah, their mouths and their stingers literally look like little saws that they've got built into their bodies. They look really, really wicked.
Yeah, they got mandibles on them. And they don't die when they sting. They could sting you as many times as they want, but eventually they're going to run out of venom. But I think a bee dies. A worker bee, which is female, has a stinger. The drones, the males don't have any stinger. They're like sex slaves. They stay in the hive and they keep mating with the queen. But the worker bees, which are female, have stingers. But I think something like when they sting, it's like a kamikaze pilot. They die because I think entrails come out. Some of their internal organs come out with the stinger. But not the wasps, the hornets, yellow jackets.
I always thought or was told that a yellow jacket is part of the bee family.
A hornet.
A yellow jacket is called yellow jacket.
Yellow jacket. They're real pretty, but they stink.
Yeah, they're very vicious actually.
Yeah, well, I've been outside at barbecues and they come around to be curious, and I let them crawl on my hand. I
But
don't
they're
swat.
a member of the bee family, right?
If you swat them, no, they're hornets. They're
So
hornets.
they wouldn't be related to the bumblebee?
They're not honey. They're not like honey producers, but like they'll eat meat. They'll eat. They're mostly carnivores.
What?
Yellow jackets, like when they sell these yellow jacket traps, and they always tell you to put a piece of raw meat in there to attract them, and they go inside, they can't get out. Like the flies usually lay their eggs in the dead, in the carcass, and then the maggots, the larvae, are the maggots. The maggots are the larvae of the fly, and they consume the body. Now, you know what bugs I love? I'm fascinated with them. Dragonflies. Dragonflies are fantastic mosquito killer. They eat a lot of mosquitoes, just like bats do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They devour a lot of mosquitoes.
I remember you sent me something here about dragonflies here recently. Something very weird happened about a week ago. In my front yard, a bunch of dragonflies just showed up out of nowhere. And they were only in my yard. They were not in my neighbor's yard. They were not at the one over there, the one across the way, or the one next door. They were only in my yard.
That's because there's a metaphysical connection with dragonflies. They supposedly they're like messengers or certain spirits which shapeshift into them. There's certain omens connected with dragonfly behavior.
Yeah, they were only in my yard, and they were just flying around, not really bothering anybody, just flying around my yard.
Yeah. I watched some videos of mantises, praying mantis eating a mouse, praying mantis eating a gecko lizard, eating hanging out by a hummingbird feeder and actually catching a hummingbird and eating it. It's incredible, those damn things. But me, I have no problem with them. If I see one, like, they're smart. They hang out by a light. They're not nocturnal, but they know that if they stay awake at night and they hang out by the lamp, they're going to get a lot of insects. So when I see one, like if one gets in the house, I just grab it, pick it up, let it grab my hand if it wants, and just go put it somewhere. They won't hurt you. They'll pinch you with their arms. But now there's a problem in India where, because of I think a loss of natural habitat, the particular common vulture has become endangered. And what's happening is, oh, no, it's not a loss of habitat. I'll tell you what happened. There's disease going around India that people are getting sick and dying from because there's too many dead carcasses lying around since there's not enough vultures to devour them, and what's happening is it's a certain drug that the Indians are giving the cattle to deal with. It's a certain antibiotic, I believe, that they're giving the cattle that kills the vultures. So when the vultures eat the carcasses, they die from that drug. So now there's a shortage of vultures, and there's too many carcasses lying around, and it's causing disease that that the people are getting infected by. It's funny how that works. You know, when you upset the ecosystem.
Right.
When one thing is eliminated, it just sets off a bad chain reaction. And I guess Ronnie doesn't like vultures. He liked bees though, and hornets. But when I got to praying mantises and vultures, he took off. But anyway, unless he's having he was a little pixely tonight, so maybe he's having a Wi-Fi problem.
Probably. Yeah, I'm just browsing right here on X, seeing if anything else has happened, because you know me right now, I'm staying on top of anything and everything that is currently going on. But so you know how we were talking about the death card doesn't always mean death? Well, apparently if you pair justice with the Four of Swords, it means someone died because they were served justice.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're all like chapters of a book. They're all, you know, it all depends on what's next to them. You know, like the devil. The devil doesn't mean your head's gonna spin around like Linda Blair, or the devil's gonna, you know, come visit you. Or no, it depends on what's next to it.
Well, you got the standalone interpretation to where, like, if you were just pulling like a single card pull, which you can do, I personally don't like doing just single card pulls because you got to get a little bit more information, because with the tarot being so infinitely rich and complex and diverse, that one card to me just doesn't cut it.
Yeah, like the moon. The first word that comes to mind is deceit, deception.
Yeah,
that's the first thing that comes to mind. Now, the moon, like we were saying, surrounded by certain cards, card to the left, card to the right of the moon. It further explains, it gives you more information to interpret what the moon's role in that reading.
Mm-hmm. Because like I was also telling you, there's the literal meaning, there's the creative meaning, there's also the conscious, the subconscious, and the superconscious interpretation. But there's also literal, metaphorical, allegorical,
right,
and there's all sorts of different ways to look at it. So since I've got it pulled up here, let me just pull up a really good tarot card to use as an example. Because while the moon is good,
well, let's say you pull up the Ace of Pentacles, which is Ace is a new beginning of something. It's the beginning of something big in your life, and the Pentacle will be finance. So you could be starting a new business, let's say.
Right.
Now, if the moon comes up and you're starting a new business and you have a business partner that is going to be working with you, well, that might mean he's going to screw you over.
Well, there's something about him that could be coming to light. But since I've got the 10 of Pentacles pulled up here, that anytime you see that 10, it's usually with a wealth, abundance, and prosperity. But there's way more to it than that, because the image has got a lot going on. Like, you've got a man in a castle. You see the actual tower, because a lot of times in the cards, there's an overlap between all the cards, because they're all very much intertwined and interconnected. So you got the tower, you got the castle, you got the pentacles, but then yet you have adults, children, arches, different color themes and color schemes going on, that whenever they design these cards, they're meant to be infinitely rich and complex, standalone or with the other cards. That's just how they are. So that's why, for the longest time, until I bought my first book, I read intuitively. I read just whatever showed up in the image and just with trial and error just got it down. The only thing the books and research really did was just make me more well-rounded. Like, that was it. I really didn't learn anything new, just to kind of make me more well-rounded and well-versed in the tarot. That's really all it did. So if you start off just reading intuitively, nothing's really wrong with that.
Well, there is a percentage of intuition or clairvoyance involved in a tarot reading. I mean, it's not all like black and white literal interpretation by itself. It's you just you need those. Well, how many cards are in the Celtic spread? 10?
10, yeah.
Okay, so you need at least 10 cards to get sufficient information about any one topic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't have to be in the form of a cross like that woman from Tampa was going on with you about, oh, that's not the way you lay this, the Celtic cross. That's he's reading it in the wrong numerical way, but it doesn't matter as long as you got the first card, the second card, up to the 10th card. As long as you're going in that fashion, not going from the first card to the 7th card to the 8th to the 3rd, you're going numerically. I mean, people get too obsessive and crazed into, that somehow that if it's in the shape of a cross, it brings out magic. No, it's just 1 to 10. That's all it is.
That's why I created my own spread where I took the base of past, present, future outcome, put in 3 connection cards, and then also put in influences, clarifiers, more pillars, and ultimately what holds up the whole reading. That is like what I've taken as a base, built on it to where it works for me.
Some people choose the first card that represents the person being read. If the person being read is, let's say, a teenage boy, they might select a page that looks like the boy and make that the first card. I don't really like doing that, because then you're removing the meaning of that page if it happens to come up randomly in a tarot spread.
Right.
You're losing one of the 78 cards. Okay, that could contribute to the reading. So, or if the person is an older female, they might pick a queen of a minor arcana suit that resembles the person being read. But anyway, what you're doing is fine. You just lay the right amount of cards on the bed, and you just go one at a time.
Yeah, all I gotta say is the cards, they're just dropping a lot of hot content right now. I don't know what's all of a sudden got into them, but right now they are just dropping truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb, like back to back, boom, 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 boom. That's just like right now everything is in full swing, in full force. That everything's now coming out. Whatever it is for this or for that, it's in full swing.
Interesting. Because I want to ask Pendulum, the recent Supreme Court reform bill, whatever they call it, there's the primary part of that bill of Supreme Court reform is a code of ethics. Is this something that is desperately needed by the Supreme Court today, which it lacks? No, that's obvious. Code of ethics. Yeah. Oh, Mickey couldn't make it, but she definitely wants to come next Saturday. So
Right, understandable.
yeah, maybe
I know everyone wants to have all these Supreme Court reforms, but in all honesty, if we just go back to what the original intention and the original purpose of the Supreme Court was supposed to be, it will solve a lot of problems. Because let me pull it up here, since I've got my computer pulled up here.
Robert Reich says the Supreme Court doesn't have like any. There's no physical power backing them. They don't control the military. They only have the trust of the American people, and they have the wallet, the purse. There's money, and then there's the backing of the American people. Well, the American people are not fond of them, not since they overturned Roe v. Wade.
Well, since I've got it pulled up here, if anyone wants to fact check me on it, here is what the U.S. Constitution has to say about the Supreme Court, what its power and its authority and its jurisdiction is, and it's very simple and straightforward and to the point. So this is Article 3, Section 1. This is what it says. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. So technically, if we want to get rid of all these federal district courts and just have one Supreme Court, we can do that. It was just made so that way not every case would make it to the Supreme Court, but I digress. So now, remember how we're always told that the judges are appointed to life on the Supreme Court? That's not true, and here's how that is not true. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Appointed for life?
So they can be impeached.
Yes. Of course they can be impeached, but when they say that they're appointed for life, no, they're not. Shall hold their offices during good behavior. It's a very interesting standard for how long a judge gets to stay in office at some federal court level. Now, on the state level, it's going to be different. Refer to your respective state constitution when it comes to that. Now, here's what the judicial power and authority and jurisdiction lies within with the Supreme Court. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and a citizen of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state laying claim lands under grants of different states, and between a state of the citizens thereof and of foreign states, citizens, or subjects. Now, this is where it gets a little interesting. So now we've established that where all this is going to be effective, but the 11th Amendment did amend the Article 3, Section 2 just a little bit, and we can talk about that later. But if you want to look at 11th Amendment, it actually does change it a little bit. So, in all cases affecting ambassadors or other public ministers and councils, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. And in all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as Congress shall make. So ultimately, they still are under the subjection and authority of the U.S. Congress. But most importantly, the trials of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed, but not when committed within any state. The trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. So that's the authority and the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and what all kind of cases that they can be, they can hear at the Supreme Court. But whenever it says in law and equity arising under the Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties, that if there is some sort of valid constitutional argument that can be made about anything, the Supreme Court can hear and issue a ruling. Now, that's where the Supreme Court authority stops. Just because they issue a ruling does not automatically affect it and make it a rule of law. All it does is it just decides a case between party A or party B or party C, and that's it. Now, where all of a sudden it became a law came from Marbury versus Madison, 1803, where basically the Supreme Court did what was known as usurpation of power, where they took power for themselves they originally did not have, and we've just not been any sort of we've just not really been in any sort of position to really stop that, although we might be now. But since it doesn't automatically make the effective rule in law, it's a rendering of a judgment, and the judgment only applies between the two parties. That's it. So if we just go back to that, whenever the Supreme Court issues a ruling, that all it does is just render a judgment or a verdict, and it only applies to those parties, and that it automatically does not create the force and effect of law. That if that were to be the case, that would have to go back to Congress, because Congress, they make the laws, the executive branch enforces the laws, and then the courts, they just hear cases under law and equity and the Constitution. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Jordy.
Hello. How you doing, James? Damien?
Hello. Yeah, we're having a little constitutional discussion here.
Yeah. Now, when what's going to happen is when he's prepared, Damien is going to do monologues or documentary or whatever you want to call them, educational, on the dissenter party. He's going to go live and he's going to record videos teaching people all about the Constitution, constitutional law as in its entirety.
Right. Oh, you might find this interesting. So Section 3. Article 3 is very short. It only has 3 sections, but remember how off air we were talking about treason? This actually makes it very clear as to what treason is, but also you'd have to refer to 18 U.S. Code, which goes into a little bit more specific, but this is what it has to say. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses over the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment for treason, but no bill of attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attained. So basically, treason cannot affect family. It only affects the specific individual involved. Now, the respective United States Code if you want to look at more of treason, this also goes into treason, sedition, and insurrection. It's U.S. Code 18, Chapter 115, and it goes into treason, misprision of treason, rebellion or insurrection, seditious conspiracy, advocating overthrow of government, and then it also goes into activities affecting armed forces generally, activities affecting armed forces during war, recruiting for service against the United States, and enlistment to serve against the United States. So, if anyone really wants to look at that, where could be a good place I can post this as a resource?
Put it in the private section, and I'll. Are you able to see the commentary? Are you able to post commentary where everybody posts? Like in the comments section, or can you only post it privately, and then then I could transfer it over?
I can post it here in the chat. So, specifically, this is from Cornell Law University. So that's the respective United States 18 code I was telling you about. But if you want to see the whole entire United States 18 code section, here is looking at everything in its entirety. So there's a total of 123 chapters just with 18 U.S. code, and it deals with a lot from just general provisions to bankruptcy to war crimes, treason, sedition, insurrection, forfeiture, genocide, homicide, kidnapping, malicious mischief, all sorts of things.
So Donald Trump wanting to charge protesters with treason for just being a political opposition to him is not treason. It's not a legal charge of treason.
Well, since we got it pulled up here, we can go ahead and just take a look here. So we talked about what it shows under Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution with treason. Now, specifically, this was put forth by Congress. So 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason. This is what it says. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death or shall be imprisoned no less than 5 years and fined under this title, but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. So, consciously, they really can't affect conscience. It's only in actually levying physical warfare against the American people, the U.S. Constitution, or the United States Republic. So levying war or giving aid and comfort to the enemy. That's treason. So unless there is something that they were getting involved with in terms of that, then there really is nothing for treason to stand. Now, misprision of treason is very interesting. This is 18 U.S. Code 2382. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States and having knowledge of the commission of any treason against them conceals and does not, as soon as it may be, to disclose and make known the same to the President or to some judge of the United States or to the governor or to some judge or justice of a particular state is guilty of misprision of treason and shall be fined under this title or imprisoned no more than 7 years or both. So while the misprision of treason you can't be put to death for, but you can be imprisoned up to 7 years and fined. But it doesn't say anything about not being able to no longer hold any sort of office. Now, this is something I found interesting. 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. But listen,
Right.
listen to this.
But protesting is not insurrection.
Right. And shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. So this is where, when we talk about J6 being an insurrection, well, here's the $1,000,000 question. It says, okay, incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto. Well, here's what it talks about. That's not directly mentioned. You have to really put two and two together and read the lines on. It's talking about against the authority of the United States, meaning the legitimate authority of the United States. So if you are engaging in rebellion or insurrection because the Constitution has either been subverted or has been overthrown or compromised, or any act to stop that from happening, that technically is not insurrection. It's only when you go against the lawful and legal and legitimate authority of the United States. So,
all right. Well, let me acknowledge Jordy. Jordy, how you been? You been all right? You feeling all right? What are you wearing? What's that? What's that hat? It's like a shawl. What are you wearing? What is that? Oh, it's a hoodie. What happened? Your microphone is turned off? Your microphone is muted?
Hello. Yes. Oh, sorry.
There you go. Oh, so you got a hoodie up. Oh, I was so you had some kind of a
Yeah.
shawl, like a little.
Yeah, it's a hoodie. It's a hoodie.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it's a hoodie.
My
That's good.
apologies.
How you feeling? How was
I
your
forgot
week?
I muted my mic. I muted my mic so I could in case I interrupted.
No. How you been? How's your week?
It's going good. It's going good.
Oh,
I've been working on my music.
yeah, you know what? I got your song. Why don't I play it?
yeah, when you get done with that, and I got two more things to talk about here in United States Code, but I'll let you play the music first.
Yeah. Are you gonna do a reading with like any one of those cards? Damien?
Yeah, I can. Once we get through this, I can definitely do something.
Okay. All right. Let me just.
Damien, do you do psychic readings? Do you
Like, as in, like, channeling or clairvoyancy?
No, yeah, you can say that.
I don't really do any channeling or clairvoyancy. I have tried something like that, kind of like scrying and different things like that. That sometimes if I just lay back on the bed and just kick back, relax, that sometimes I'll hear certain things come through, but that's really about the extent of it.
Mickey, when she comes next Saturday, Mickey can probably do something like that for you. She got visions. Remember when Jordy last week? She saw certain things involved in your personal life.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
there's a really weird thing, James. On my music video, Sundown City, I paused it at one certain moment, and I swear I could see my granddad.
Really?
Yeah. Mhm.
Wow. All right, I'm going to play Lucid Dream now, okay?
Okay.
I never heard it before. Let me play it.
Thank you.
Hey, take the song. Hey, take the pretty. I like it.
Thank you.
Lucid dream. I'm walking in a lucid dream. Walking in a lucid dream. Colors, all the colors are so vivid. I'm walking on a lucid dream. All the colors are so vivid. All the colors are so vivid. All the colors are so vivid. All the colors.
Oh yeah.
I'm walking in a lucid dream. Everything is so unusual. Colors. This is so obscene. Oh,
Exactly.
I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm lost in a haze of smoke. Time is going very slow, but it's so peaceful. Oh,
I want to put
I'm
this on
walking
the.
in a lucid dream.
Yeah, I can just imagine listening to this either high or drunk, tripping balls.
I wonder if Mike would eat his edibles watch it.
I love edibles. Yeah.
It's so peaceful.
I like it very much.
Lost in a haze of smoke. Time is going very slow. I'm walking in a lucid
That's a supermarket.
Handicap parking spaces. Oh, I can dig it, man. I can dig it. I can dig it.
Oh, yeah.
So, y'all ready to hear a very interesting fun fact that just happened not
Yeah,
too
I
long
just,
ago?
I just want to
James,
say,
thank you. Thank
I
you.
love it. I'm going to put it at the top of New Age. It's going to be the theme song for for the page. New Age
Yeah,
mysticism and healing.
I like it.
And
I dig it.
I
Thank you,
dig it.
Damien. Thank you.
It's like tripping on LSD or something.
Or peyote.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Peyote. Okay. Now we turn it over to Dementor.
Take it away.
Center Damien.
Yeah,
Take it away
well,
now.
that's how techno is. Techno is very futuristic music.
Right. So, breaking
Yeah.
news out of Saudi Arabia from Prince Mohammed bin Salman. From now on, women in Saudi Arabia can dress however they want without male permission. Oh, well, looks like Saudi Arabia is now
kidding me?
finally deciding to join the modern world.
Whatever happened to Sharia law? No more?
Well, I guess now, because of where the world is evolving, they don't want to get left behind. They're like, well, maybe we should give women some rights and let them dress however they want. But oh well, I better late than never, I guess.
That's very interesting. Thank you for providing that news. I'm shocked. I'm really
Yeah, I'm
shocked.
shocked too. We'll do some dives on the Middle East here in the not too distant future. So anyway, finishing up.
Yeah, let me just address Texas Storm Chaser. Pendulum. Is the Bermuda Triangle an interdimensional portal, or maybe a portal to a parallel universe where people disappear?
It could be.
Mm-hmm.
It's saying yes, Texas Storm Chaser. It's moving clockwise.
Yeah, that's been pretty much common knowledge now for quite some time that it's a gateway to another dimension and a parallel universe.
Okay. Finish up with your lesson.
All right, so here we go with continuing on with 18 U.S. Code. This is interesting. U.S. Code 2384, seditious conspiracy. If two or more persons in any state or territory or in any place subject to the jurisdiction of the United States conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States, or by force to seize, take, or possess any property of the United States contrary to the authority thereof, shall be each fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. But this is what I also find interesting here is a lot of these interesting U.S. codes, sometimes they say you're ineligible to hold office in the United States, but this one, it doesn't say that you become ineligible to hold office in the United States for seditious conspiracy. That's interesting. And then lastly, this one is the one that I find most interesting. The other ones we'll talk about at another time. Advocating overthrow of government. This is 18 U.S. Code 2385. Whoever knowingly or willfully advocates, abets, advises, or teaches the duty, necessity, desirability, or propriety of overthrowing or destroying the government of the United States or the government of any state, territory, district, or possession thereof, or the government of any political subdivision therein by force or violence, or by the assassination of any officer of any such government, or whoever with intent to cause the overthrow or the destruction of any such governments via prints, publishes, edits, issues, circulates, sells, distributes, or publicly displays any written or printed matter advocating, advising, or teaching the duty, necessity, desirability, or propriety of overthrowing or destroying any government in the United States by force or violence, or attempts to do so, or whoever organizes or helps or attempts to organize any society, group, or assembly of persons who teach, advocate, or encourage the overthrow or destruction of any such government by force or violence, or becomes or is a member of or affiliates with any such society, group, or assembly of persons, knowing the purposes thereof, shall be fined under this title and imprisoned not more than 20 years or both, and shall be ineligible for employment by the United States or any department or agency thereof for the 5 years next following his conviction. That's odd. But if
Yeah, that was
two,
very long-winded legal.
I know, but this is what you have to read and really understand when you're talking about this kind of stuff. But this is interesting. So, if two or more persons conspire to commit any offense named in this section, each shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both, and shall be ineligible for employment by the United States or any department or agency thereof for the 5 years next following his conviction. But it also says here, as used in this section, the terms organize and organizes with respect to any society, group, or assembly of persons, including the recruitment of new members, the forming of new units, and the regrouping or the expansion of existing clubs, classes, and other units, such as society or groups or assembly of persons. So that's basically just saying that if you or any group of people in any capacity, it doesn't really matter, that if you advocate the overthrowing of government, that you can be imprisoned up to 20 years or fined, but you can still hold office under the United States, but only after 5 years of your conviction.
Well,
After 5 years, you can come back into office.
but advocating is that like just having intent to overthrow the government, or actually taking action to overthrow the government?
Well, in this one, this talks about that it's both, whether you do it consciously or you do it by force. But this is what is very peculiar, and what you have to really understand is, even though this sounds very ambiguous, it's really not.
Use the force.
So it's a double-edged sword when you start using these codes for different things. But what the main thing is that this is against the legitimate and lawful authority of the United States. So, like I would say, if you were to advocate the overthrowing of a treasonous, seditious, oppressive, and tyrannical government, this does not apply. It's only when the government is being lawful and constitutional and is staying within its constitutional confines given to the respective foundational documents. That's the big difference here.
Well, thank you, Dissenter Damien, for the law school lesson in constitutional law. And I guess, where'd he go?
Well, I can do just a few quick tarot pulls. Go ahead and Croyson one of the new decks.
Croyson, yeah, Croyson it. Well, one that you could instantly tell what the hell the cards are. Not the Nostradamus one. Pick one that you could work with. And anyway, Damien is gonna do a tarot reading on the state of affairs. I don't know what the state of affairs. It's like if any one of us three committed as many felons as Donald Trump, they would have locked us up and threw away the key a long time ago.
Exactly. Or if we would have done even just a fraction of what we've done, just like a simple fraction, like 1 to 5% of like what reps and senators and governors and lieutenant governors and the president, the vice president, cabinet members, the secretaries of different departments. Same thing with even like governors, lieutenant governors, and state and local and federal law enforcement, or even a fraction of what judges and lawyers and officers of the court do. If we even just did 1 to 5%, they would have handcuffed us, thrown away the key, and thrown us under the jail and done whatever they wanted to with us.
It's
That's just
incredible.
pure hypocrisy of the matter.
And this is how
Yeah.
the capitalist system is. If you're part of the top 1% or even 2%, you get away with everything. And that's the bad part. We the
All right, so
people.
looks like I'm gonna have to hop back in here in just a moment to fix my camera. So be right back.
We the people are meaningless, you know. I mean, in this type of system. So, Jordy, I just want to say you have come a long way, and you have improved vastly in your music, your techno, and keep up the great work, and continue to produce more great tunes. But I'm gonna make that the theme song of the New Age mysticism page until you come out with another great one, and then I'll just
Thank you.
replace that. I'll put it at the top of the page so you can visit it. You know, I'll put in courtesy of in your name.
Yeah.
In courtesy of or by written. You're produced it. You wrote you wrote it and produced it, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Written and produced by. Oh, here he is. Okay, where is he?
Yeah, I just had to get the other one. If need be, I could probably even turn on my phone's flashlight. I don't know how much of a glare that would make, but I could probably work something with that. So yeah, we'll Croyson the new deck. We'll Croyson this one.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's the that is the old retro looking Marseille.
Excuse me.
That is the old Marseille. Old looking.
See, is the lighting good, or should I turn on my phone's
the
light?
lighting. Is the light by any chance shining on your back or the back of your neck?
No.
Okay, because I don't know why all of a sudden it got dark. I don't.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can just turn on my phone's flashlight and see how well it works.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you record with the flashlight on?
Let's see.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I have to have one or the other on. So I can only turn on my flashlight.
Okay.
Why? What happens?
I
A
might have
lot of
secondary
glare.
light somewhere.
Unless you can lift the card you're selecting and lift it.
Hold on. What's
You
that
can-
face? What's that face there? I recognize that face.
What face?
Oh, it's one of my wrestling blankets I got here on the bed.
Is that Dolph Lundgren?
No, Brock Lesnar. He's got a wrestling blanket with different images of wrestlers.
All right, so I'm gonna have to do a lot of shuffling with this one since I'm
okay.
Croysoning a new deck. So I guess we'll just do like a 40,000 foot view of different things that are going on right now, just to see if we can catch a pulse on different things that are going on. Because, like I said, the cards are making it clear that things are very hot, very spicy, muy caliente.
Muy
that they're
caliente.
dropping truth bombs left
caliente.
and right. I'll bring it back up. I set my phone down while I shuffle, because trying to shuffle one-handed, it just doesn't work. It's like a one-legged dog trying to bury turds on a frozen pond. It just don't work.
Benches.
That's one way to put it.
My the other guy I know from Western Tennessee says they filled in a little like a little swamp on the property, and all the mud pincher crawfish, they all disappeared. He says he had these terrestrial mud. They lived in the mud, and they were like blue and orange, all pretty colors, and now they're gone. That's a shame.
I mean, I come up with all sorts of other crazy, wacky sayings, like, yeah, like a one-legged dog trying to bury turds on a frozen pond, or what's another crazy expression I can come up with that it is nuttier than squirrel shit.
Yeah, squirrels like nuts. Yeah. Squirrels cause a lot of problems. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, they can. Or in Jordy's case, Jordy, if you think that's going to work, you got to be higher than Eagle Balls to make that work.
Wait, what work?
Hired. I think he was hired in Eagle Balls to make that song.
I'm hiring Eagle Balls right now.
Exactly. Case in point. And not only you got to be higher than Eagle Balls, you got better odds of playing
Eagle
checkers
Balls.
on a
Do
leopard's
eagles?
ass
Hold
making
on.
that work.
Do eagles even have balls?
No, they're not
How do they-
mammals. They're birds. Birds don't have balls. Well, actually,
So
sour-
they be flying around with their testicles flying in the
Yeah, but
air.
I had a couple tiger salamanders many years ago, and the male had a pair of balls on.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I kid you not. Male salamanders have balls. They had the two. I saw the two bulges. They had two bulges there down there.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know birds have balls. I didn't know that.
No, not birds. No, not birds. Salamanders have balls.
No, salamanders, yeah. Those are
lizards have balls. Lizards have balls.
Those are reptilians, yeah.
Yeah, when you get a new deck, you have to shuffle them a lot. So
Well,
that's why it's taking a little extra time to shuffle.
Because they don't have any bend to them right now. They're fresh.
Well, not only that, you got to get them really good and shuffled before you get any sort of accurate reading from them.
Yeah.
That's why I'm having to do like the traditional shuffle. I'm also having to like subdivide it, and then once I subdivide it, do a bunch of shuffling from that.
And that's why you don't buy pre-owned cards. Like
No, these are not pre-owned. I bought them
no,
fresh today.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why you don't buy pre-owned cards, because they'll have some activity and support and
They're
stuff.
stiff. They're new.
Fresh cards good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're stiff and they don't go into formation very well.
New deck is new deck is stiff.
Yeah, it gets very annoying.
Excuse me.
I'd say a couple more good shuffles and it should be all ready to go.
Afternoon delight.
Cool, Damon, man.
Plus, they still have that new card smell to them.
I like that smell. I like that smell. I had that smell with my.
It smells like fresh paper and fresh ink.
Oh, I love the smell of a new deck. You kidding?
Yeah, it's
fresh
good, man.
paper and fresh ink. You're right. You're right.
And it has a crispness, like they literally just went into the forest, cut down the tree, and made it into paper. Still got like that piney earthiness to it.
Yeah,
that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it.
It does have an earthiness. You're right.
All right, one more shuffle, and then we are good to roll with this deck.
I'm gonna put Lucid Dream on the page right now.
Oh, thank you, Jay. Yeah, James, use that wherever you want to go. Use that whatever.
I'm gonna put it at the top and give kudos to you.
Grazie.
Give kudos.
All right, so I'm laying out the cards now. So this is just a 40,000-foot view of situations and what is currently going on and what we should expect here in the not-so-distant future. I'll have to say, after they were shuffled a pretty good amount of times, that these are coming out much easier than my other Mars side.
Jamie, your screen is black.
I know, it's because I'm laying out the cards. I'm getting ready to put them back up here in just a moment.
Okay.
All right. All right, so here are the cards. So the cards are making it clear right now that there's a lot of different things going on right now. And here's the different things that are going on. So here in the past, we have the Six of Wands. So anytime with the Six of Wands, there has been some sort of public victory in some regards. So that may or may not make sense right now, but we've come a long way. It may not seem like we've really come all that far, but if you really just pause for a moment, take a step back and see just how much that you have grown as a person, how much we have grown in a collective sense, just in the past 3 to 5 years, it's a big difference. Like, people really, in all honesty, have come a long way in terms of thoughts or ideas, and they really have grown and expanded a lot, but they've also shed a lot of old ideas and beliefs that are just old and outdated and antiquated, but no longer serve them or serve the collective. And that is, again, part of the ascension process that we are currently going through. So that's very peculiar and interesting. So here in the present, we have judgment. So right now, a lot of karmatic justice and judgment is being dished out right now. So whatever it is that you are seeing publicly happening to certain individuals or certain groups of people, they had it coming to them. So it's like, if that person or that group got a good financial blessing, well, it's because they worked for it, they earned it, and they deserve it. Same thing, that if they're getting justice and karma is coming back and biting them in the ass, or if it's bringing a bunch of shit their way, guess what? They earned it and they deserve it. So yeah, right now that's being very clear that
Damien, I like that card. I like that card. Is that three devils in the bottom there?
no, it's three people. So with judgment, you have one of the archangels blowing a trumpet, and it's people here getting a rude wake up call. That's what the
Okay.
picture means. So, yes, whatever it is that's going on to certain people, just stay out of the way. Whatever's good is coming our way, or to certain people's way. Again, they earned it, they deserve it. If anything bad's coming their way, they worked for it, they earned it, and they deserve it. Plain and simple. So, judgment and a rendering of verdicts, not just by man, but also from spiritual forces. So, that's very peculiar and interesting. So, here in the future, we have the Three of Pentacles. So, going forward, we are going to be coming into a great amount of unity, but there's also going to be a lot of collaborations and a lot of interesting undertakings that we have not taken before. So when I've talked about that, a lot of things are changing, that we're not going back to the old, that we are progressing forward, and we are going to be trying new things. This is what it is that is being made clear. So the truths, the exposures that are coming our way, it's going to be in a very elaborate and creative way, that it might come in ways you might think, but also come in ways you might not think. So don't be surprised if here in the not so distant future that people start working together more, that even people you may not have thought would work together before to create something new and better. It's going to be weird and interesting things like that. We will get used to it eventually, but still, it's going to be a little bit of a transition, a little bit of a process to honestly really come to grips with, because we've wanted this for a long time, and it's like, well, shit, now that we've got it, now what do we do? So here in the outcome, we have the Two of Swords. So that's also indicating
That's
that
a cool one. That's a cool card. I like that.
it is a cool card, but also that means that in the not so distant future, and then also with the outcome, that there's going to be some things that are going to be put on hold, that there's going to be a stagnation and a stalemate. And I have talked about that in previous shows, to what the coming grinding of things to a halt and putting things on hold for a while, what that is going to mean. It's not going to be anything bad. It's going to be good. So that way, right now, just with things being in this hyper accelerated state, that there is going to have to be a point where everything's going to have to slow down, just so we can take a breath and breathe, and to just take a moment to fully grasp the entirety of everything that's going on. So with that being said, that's going to be here in the not so distant future. So a lot of things are going on. So here between the past and the present, we have the if it'll focus, come on, the Knight of Wands. So at that Knight of Wands, anytime that there has been movement with desires, that this makes that very abundantly clear. So there has been a lot of forward movement in terms of, because we've had desires show up. So at the Knight of Wands, action with the Knight of Swords. We've also had the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. So all the knights have come up in some capacity or another. So that means yeah, my phone alarm went off because I have to set my DoorDash schedule here in just a minute, but that's what that was about. I didn't lose connection or anything, so
okay.
that's okay. I mean, it happens, but as I was saying, so all the knights have come up in some capacity or another here in the recent card pulls I have been doing. So all the elements are working together in their infinite capacities to propel things forward. But in this instance, it's been an individual collective effort in terms of desires on what has happened, what is currently happening, and what is going to continue to happen in the future. That we didn't do this alone. That, yeah, well, although there are things going on the civilian side, on the military side, but there's also things going on the spiritual side as well. That they're all working hand in hand. They're all very much intertwined and very much interconnected. So here, between the present and the future, we have temperance. So anytime with temperance, it's all about restoring balance. It's all about bringing everything back to a very nice, well-balanced structure and order. That right now, a lot of things are extremely far out of whack, and it's time to bring everything back to the center for the nice balance. So
like today, everything is too crazy. So she would be like, she would calm it all down if she could. Today.
yes,
Like,
she is the one that makes
Yeah.
sure that everything is restored to the way things need to be restored. So balance and restoration, that's what's going on. So it may not look like that right now, but it will make sense. So that's what's currently going on. Now here, between the future and the outcome, we have the Fool. So
That's
we've
me.
had the
That's me. That's me.
lovable oaf. Anyway, so anytime with the Fool, it's always about a new beginning. So traditionally, you would think with the Fool, with it being a 0, well, with this Marseille deck, the Fool is 21 and the world is 22. There is no 0 in this Marseille deck, but the meaning of the card doesn't really change. So we've had the world moment, but now we're getting into the Fool moment. That now we're going to start seeing the new beginnings that are about to unfold. So we're still having that little bit of a rough patch and a rough start, but sometimes getting things off the ground and getting things started, you have growing pains and you have kinks and bugs you got to work out, but we're going to get there. So what's holding up the whole reading is we have the Lovers card. So
I'll check a wow.
exactly. So if there has been a lot of new relationships that have been formed, either romantically or not so romantically, or just new relationships in general being formed, it's as a result of romance could be one of them, but also just like a general love for humanity. Now, that is very broad and very generic and very generalized, but just the want to show empathy and caring and love and compassion for yourself and for others, however that may look. So right now there is a coming together of humanity to be more united and to put a lot of this fear and division and stress and anxiety that has been perpetuated on us for so long, that is now coming to a close. So that is also indicating that the powers that claim that they're still in power and control and have some sort of force and authority over us, they don't. They lost physically, they lost mentally, they lost spiritually, they lost economically. They have lost humanity completely. So with all that being said, a lot of stuff's going on. Things are now coming into view. There's still going to be some chaos, and things are not going to be fully where they need to be for the foreseeable future. But since we got a little bit of everything, since we have some cups and we have some wands, we have pentacles and swords, that get a good timing on something, that with this, I can't really get anything definitively timed, but looking like between now about maybe the next 3 or so years, this is what's going to be unfolding. That's what I would get with this. But again, we got everything else going on. So yeah, that's just what I got for the 40,000 foot pull. So yeah, folks, always interesting as to what the cards show. You never know what they're going to show next, especially when you get the same card in the same position twice in a row, like what happened the other night, where the moon card showed up twice in the exact same position. The mathematical odds of that happening are like 1 in 92,000. So you can't call that a coincidence. That's just how mathematically slim something like that happens. So
That's not a
anyway.
coincidence. That's like real deal.
Yeah, that's the real dust. That's when you know the tarot is making something very abundantly crystal clear to all of us. That it's like, did I stutter? I'm making this point crystal clear to you and to everyone.
Did I stutter?
Yeah, did I stutter?
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, James, I wonder if you can name this movie. I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Dustin Hoffman.
Look who
Dustin
showed
Hoffman.
up from the ocean state of Rhode Island, where the quahogs are, where all the clams on a half shell are. Nina Yordi. She's. I think she told me that she's Scottish descent. He's trying to. She's trying to guess what movie it's from. Simple mathematics, boys. He says, Midnight Cowboy.
Correct. Well done. Well done.
She's very smart.
Well done. Yes. Well done, Nina.
Yeah.
Midnight Cowboy. Oh, wait a minute. I know who she is. I've seen her on Louisiana Beer Reviews. Nina. Yeah, she wears glasses. She's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got curly, dark brown hair. She's got a mustard yellow dresser against the wall, and in her back.
I've seen her before, but I've never had the honor to talk to her. She's awesome. Hold on.
Yeah. I've spoken to her several times. Excuse me. Very smart girl.
I want to show off my T-shirt real quick.
What is that?
Equality.
Yeah, tell that to all the American women.
Well, there is a difference between equality and equity. Sometimes they're not always exclusive to each other.
Yeah, that's true.
Equality. Yes.
That's from the dating game. Anyway, let's see what the pendulum says about Nina.
Why can't I see the comments?
That's because I put them back up here in the box. I just decided to just pull one card pull for right now.
Oh no, not you. Sorry, the comments. It's my computer. There we go. Ronnie's in the chat.
Is Nina Yordi having a good year so far? Yes. Does Nina Yordi still have curly hair? Yeah. Does Nina Yordi still have that mustard yellow dresser in the background against the wall?
Nina's awesome. I've never had the privilege to talk to her, but she's awesome.
No. I've talked. She's very smart. I spoke to her several times, privately. Does Nina have? Does Nina eat clam chowder, Rhode Island style clam chowder?
Clam chowder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like clam chowder.
You know, well, you must have
I've
had
never had clam chowder.
you must have had the crappy clam chowder from a can.
I'm just not a big person when it comes to any sort of seafood. The only seafood I really like is shrimp, maybe salmon and cod on a blue moon, but that's about it.
Oh no, I'm a big seafood fan. I
Oh, you mean
love.
like a fish sandwich with tartar sauce, like a crunchy cod fillet?
Or a salmon fillet, or a southern delicacy down here, depending upon who makes it, salmon cakes.
Oh, salmon cakes. I've had those.
Yeah, Trader Joe's has some pretty decent salmon cakes already frozen and you know prepared.
Yeah.
Not as good as homemade, especially if you get one from an older mom or grandma down here. It is dynamite.
Well,
just like not everyone makes their coleslaw the same.
Well, the salmon, in order to make a salmon cake, you got to have raw egg, otherwise it won't bind. It's a binder, binds it. You know, otherwise it falls apart. So it's important. Raw egg, you could use canned Alaskan pink salmon. It doesn't have to be fresh. You can use a can. They're usually they're inexpensive now. And you put your seasoning of your choice, because you can do any seasoning you want. And then the raw egg, and I don't do breadcrumbs in fish cake. No, that's the cheap, stingy way of it. I like to use 100% of the fish, and just raw egg. You know, it's like making a meatball. If you don't use the raw egg, the meatball won't stay a ball.
James, I want to meet you, and I want to go to some restaurants with you because you know your seafood, and I'm a massive seafood fan. I love all seafood.
Yeah, but I bet Scotland has near the coast has some dynamite.
Do you like mussels? Mussels?
Oh yeah, I love mussels. I like scallops. I like mussels. I like clams. I like codfish. I like haddock.
Haddock.
I like
I've got some smoked haddock in the fridge that I've not cooked yet.
smoked haddock, really?
Smoked haddock, yeah.
Oh wow!
Hold
I've
on.
had smoked whiting and smoked herring. I never had smoked haddock. That's
I've got it in the fridge. I can actually show you. Hold on.
smoked haddock is not a cheap fish in the United States. Haddock is a little pricey. Would it be a mistake to have seafood on a date with Nina Yordi? Because like would it cause would she detect fishy breath if her date ate seafood?
Yeah, it'll be so fishy that you're probably gonna have to eat a whole 10-pack of Altoids just to get it masked.
So if I ate like a lot of seafood, like let's say at a buffet, then Nina would not jump my bones after that. Yes, she would not jump my bones. What about okay?
Look at that, James.
Hold on. Oh, look at that, Damien. Smoked haddock. It's got a yellowish, you know, that looks pretty good.
And it's also got the skin on it.
Oh, I don't care. Yeah, that's haddock. I can tell because it has that vertical line going right down the body.
Yeah, they all have that. Yeah.
They all have that.
So how much did it cost per pound?
I can remember. It's a little bit more expensive than the usual fish because it's smoked. But yeah, you can get two kinds. You can get the skin is more expensive, but the skinless version is less expensive. I'm sure. But I always go for the skin because I love the skin on the fish.
I like the skin. You know, I like crispy
I gotta,
skin.
oh
I
yeah,
like
crispy
crispy
skin,
skin on
amazing.
everything. Chicken, turkey, you know,
I'll be
or
right back. I gotta put this back in the fridge.
pork. Like if you're doing a pig roast and you got that crispy, crunchy skin, they cut off the top. Oh, it's unbelievable. Chicharrones.
Yeah, partly the reason why I don't like seafood is where I told you that all of my senses are heightened as compared to the normal person.
You're right.
As a kid, I was a very texture oriented kid when it came to trying food, that if the texture just did not set with me, I didn't care how good it tastes. If that texture just did not set with me, I wouldn't eat it. So, yeah, I tried seafood as a kid, but the only one that had a texture that I could agree with was shrimp.
Okay. Is it the texture, or did you have experience with seafood that was not that fresh?
No, it wasn't that it tasted bad. It's just the texture just didn't set right with me.
Okay, okay. Because salmon is like tuna. It's a chunk. It's chunky. It's solid. Like if you ate a grilled or a broiled salmon steak or fillet, it's like cod. It's not mushy like flounder is. It's solid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, when I used to work in help run a fish market, I used to bring home the primo everything. You know, the salmon steaks. I used to cut it myself real thick. You know, and everything. You know, and one time we got a bonito, and which is like a tuna.
Yeah, it's like a tuna.
And you know what I did? That we sell the fish heads to people that want to make soup. They use it for stock. So what I did was, it was cheap per pound. What I did was I cut myself a fish head, but I also brought the knife back further, and I cut a big thick steak attached to the back of the fish head. I cut a big piece of the neck, so I ended up with a huge bonito steak attached to the head that was in the front.
Jesus.
For the price of the head. So I got a head start on my dinner that night.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to do stuff like that, you know.
In Sweden.
Where's the head? The head ends here, right? Okay. And my knife would go back farther. So I had a nice piece of meat.
Yeah, and interestingly, for the longest time as a kid, I wouldn't eat meat. I really only started eating meat when I was about 8, 9, something like that.
You want to hear a weird story? When I was a kid, I did not like salami or sausage. I did not eat it.
What?
But when
I
I got
love
older, I loved salami and sausage.
Your taste buds developed.
They don't ask me why they changed. They just changed.
Yeah, as a kid, I was a very picky eater. Now, as I've gotten older, I'm the least super picky eater I think I've ever been. It's like I went from this end of the spectrum, now I'm at the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Every little boy that I ever communicated with, they all have one thing in common. They love fried chicken.
Yes, fried chicken.
Little boys, I have never met a little boy that disliked fried chicken. They all loved it. They I love it. Mommy, get me fried chicken tonight. You know, they would turn around and tell their mother they wanted fried chicken. I tell you, I says, well, you got good taste. You know, I mean, like Popeyes, I would go in and get the extra. I would get the crispy, extra hot, the hot and spicy Cajun seasoned crispy. That's what I would get. And
You're making me hungry.
And they have Cajun fries, spicy fries, and they have Oh man, they have so many side dishes. They have the mashed potatoes with brown gravy. You know, you can see little bits of pork in the gravy. And then they have mac and cheese. They have dirty rice, which, from what I understand, the real recipe is they take the chicken livers and they grind it into a pate and they cook that in the rice. So what makes dirty rice dirty rice?
Oh, that's how that's done.
It's chicken livers.
And red beans and rice.
Red bean, yeah. Oh, and it's well the pork with the red beans and
James,
rice.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you like liver and onions? Because I love liver and onions.
I'm not a.
I knew it. I knew it. Not
everyone
everyone hates liver and onions.
It's got to be rare. Beef liver or calf's liver, it's got to be
Pork
rare.
liver. I like pig liver. Pig liver with onions.
Yeah, I'm not a liver person, but I'll if it's spicy, if you put a lot of dry rub on it and sauteed onion and it's rare,
Yeah.
I'll eat the liver.
I was just wondering if you like liver because it's not a thing that people usually like.
I'm not crazy about my
I have it on occasion.
well, my brother-in-law, when he was younger and healthier, he did a lot of hunting, and he used to bring me venison. He used to bring me like venison pot roast, venison pot roast. He used to bring me all kinds of parts of the deer. One time he brought me a big ass from a big buck he shot, a big venison liver. So I marinated it. And what did I use? A balsamic vinaigrette salad dressing.
Balsamic vinaigrette, yeah. I've got that down in the kitchen.
I marinated the liver in that because it's wild. You know, it's a wild animal. And then I cooked. You got to marinate it really good. And I cooked it. It was good. Let's see, what did Nina say? Nina says liverwurst, tomato, mayo, and white bread. Well,
Liverwurst.
I would do mustard. I would use mustard on liverwurst.
That's a sausage, right? Liverwurst is a sausage.
Yeah. Braunschweiger, the Germans call it Braunschweiger. It's I like mustard with liverwurst. Not white bread. I eat Dave's Killer bread, organic, 21 grains.
I use French's mustard. It's got a yellow.
French's mustard. Yeah.
That's a yellow. That's a yellow.
I've got that in the kitchen.
I like them all. I like this the stone ground brown mustards. I like the yellow mustards. I have the hot dog relish, which is mustard mixed
James,
with sweet relish.
I've also got whole grain mustard, which we put when
the Polish or German, but I think it's Bavarian style.
something like that. Yeah, it's like whole grain mustard.
You can see the mustard. You can see the mustard seeds in there.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, as far as what Nina said, I would switch the mayo for mustard with the liverwurst. Now,
me too.
Now for
I
rare,
love mayo.
Rare roast beef sandwich, like my sister, she when I visit, she gets like a couple pounds of rare roast beef, you know, from the deli, and I like horseradish mayonnaise, and I put a lot of fresh ground peppercorns, fresh ground pepper, on top of the horseradish mayonnaise. But I put, Damien probably saw it. I posted the photo of the sandwich on the food group. I got this. It's like this high on soft rye bread.
Everything is
soft rye bread.
Yeah, when it comes to the hunting around here, it's pretty relaxed and easygoing as to the kind of weapon you can use to hunt. That, if you're on public lands, you have hunting season, but if you own your own land, hunting season and weapon restrictions really don't apply. So whatever kind of rifle or shotgun or handgun that you want to hunt with, you can do. Like, you can easily hunt with any kind of rifle or shotgun or handgun. Now, the disadvantages are if you are closer up, you're going to want a shotgun or a handgun. Now, for longer ranges, you're going to want a rifle.
A rifle, yeah. Well, you know it's a stupid law. They in New York State,
This is
it
my
people
rifle.
from baiting the deer. It's like it's your freaking property. Like they'll say, or you can't put fruit on the ground and bait them, or you can't bait. Well, the wild turkey, they don't care. But anyway, what
James, I was
Nina said
trying to find
here,
it.
I've been pan grilling the German sausages, the knockwurst, the bratwurst, and the white bratwurst on the cast iron skillet with no oil, no nothing, just until they break open. What's that?
James, you remember sharing that on Everything is Food?
Oh, is that like a salami sandwich? I see a lot of glare.
Yeah,
I know
my
she's
bad.
talking about the dirty water. It's
It's
like a
one of
dirty
the things you
martini,
posted
right?
on.
Where you use the pickle juice. Oh, that's me.
Yeah, that's one of the things you
Or
posted on Everything is Food. It's
I
it's a
remember that.
Schlimmente. Dolce
That's a big
Schlimmente
ass.
in the
I love huge sandwiches. A lot of meat. But that roast beef sandwich hit the spot. It was on soft rye bread.
Oh,
I just
it
hurt
looks
myself.
like you get it's like a Subway, but better than Subway. It looks like
Subway.
real genuine.
They're
Yeah,
stingy.
fuck
They're
Subway.
stingy.
That
They're
was
stingy.
better. That was so much better than Subway. It was fresh bread,
Yeah.
fresh salami, fresh chorizo.
Now, getting back to what Nina says about the hot dogs, or if you get good frankfurters, like I used to get.
Oh yeah, Frankfurter.
I used to get the black Angus beef hot dogs from Aldi's. Frankfurters,
Oh, Aldi's. Yeah, we get Aldi's in Scotland. We get Aldi's here.
Oh, you got an Aldi? No shit, really? Anyway, they have sometimes you'll see it. They have black Angus beef hot dogs, and they're really good. And I would just put all of them on the cast iron, no oil, no nothing. Just let them get grill. I mean,
fried,
get a little brown and crispy, and then they'll split.
Yeah,
They'll split a little bit. Same thing with the knockwurst. And I got my refrigerator's loaded with them. I always like to stock up on the knockwurst,
James.
bratwurst, because I don't like nationally advertised supermarket hot dogs because it's all mystery meat.
There is one exception to that. I like the ballpark all beef franks. Those are actually pretty good.
I know that. It's called all beef franks.
Yeah, those ones are pretty good.
There's a brand called Berlinky. It's from Germany, and they do.
Berlinky. I read the ingredients. They got as long as it doesn't have corn syrup and meat byproducts. Galinki. It's called Galinki.
Berlinky. Berlinki. Berlinky. I was trying to think of the name for a couple of minutes, and then it came to me. Sorry.
Well, are the Berlinky hot dogs dinky? I hope they're not little dinky ones.
No, they're big giant ones. They're not little dinkies.
They're not
I'm
little
gonna have to
dinky.
go put my phone on the charger, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hop off of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll catch y'all next week. I'm gonna go ahead and put my phone on the charger.
Damien, pleased to meet you again. It's always a pleasure.
Good to meet you. Holler at y'all next week. See y'all whenever.
All right. I'll see you in cyberspace like I usually do.
I'll see you on the dream world, in the lucid dream world.
Yeah, no, I talk to Damien a lot on Facebook Messenger. And I mean, my first preference is WhatsApp. I talk to, I'd rather talk to people on WhatsApp, but you know, they're all on Facebook Messenger. Do they have those sausage roll-ups in Scotland? She's asking you.
Sausage roll-ups.
Sausage roll-ups.
We have. Oh yeah, we do. We do. It's like a sausage, and it's rolled up with batter, like pastry. No pastry. It's a long sausage wrapped in pastry with some salt and pepper. Yes, we do. We do. I can get that from the Greg's Bakery. There's a massive chain in the United Kingdom. It's called Greg's, Greggs, and they do that kind of stuff. Yeah, sausage rolls.
Are meat pies are meat pies popular in Scotland?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Meat pies.
James, have you ever heard of a Scottish pie before?
No.
A Scotch pie. It's like a Scotch pie. We get tiny little pies. They have mince. They have loose meat inside of them. Beautiful.
I don't know if I want a tiny pie. I want a big ass pie, nice and high. I want a high pie. I want a high pie.
I love eating some pie, and I love the food too.
I could eat that all by myself. One of those big meat pies. Oh, and your blood sausage, they call them black pudding, right?
Oh yeah, black pudding. Yes,
black pudding. It's a sausage in Ireland and Scotland.
Have you ever had black pudding, James?
Try it. Don't think about what it is. Just
no. Have you ever tried black pudding?
A million times I've eaten blood sausage from all countries. Latin America, I've had black pudding, I've had the German the German blood sausage has pieces of smoked bacon.
Oh, that sounds
slab
beautiful.
of bacon cut up, mixed in the sausage.
That sounds effing beautiful.
It was good. I think black pudding, they put barley, or the Polish blood sausage is called kiszka. Kiszka, I believe they put barley with ground pork shoulder and blood.
Oh, I would travel there. I would try that. That sounds beautiful to me.
Food.
I like that.
Who stole the kiszka?
Who stole the kiszka?
Who stole the kiszka? Yeah. That's, well, my hometown, the next town over, Garfield, New Jersey, next to my hometown, there's a lot of Polish living there. It's a big community, and there's a lot of markets where they make the sausages fresh. You know, they have a big smokehouse, and they make the kielbasa and all the different sausages.
Kabanuski.
The Kabanusi. You saw the picture I posted. My brother-in-law gave me a big package of Kabanusi. Man.
Beautiful.
They were like a cross between a kielbasa and a salami. Sort of.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah.
It's like a well, a lot of the darker kielbasa are salamis because they start to get hard. They get dry.
My apologies.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, me with my allergies. I wish Damien get some decent light bulbs because my eyes got all irritated trying to see those cards.
Yeah, me too.
Ugh.
My eyes get irritated all the time. That's
I
why I
mean,
got
I
those
get
shades
the
on.
LED lights I get them from Amazon. They're not expensive. All he needs is like a 75. You don't get 75 watts in an LED bulb. You get the effect of 75 watts, but the wattage is low, and the bulb never gets hot. He needs a bright bulb on the wall on the ceiling.
Yeah, above him. Yeah.
I'm struggling to see those fucking cards. You know, who stole the Kishka?
Oh, James, I love you, brother.
Yeah, I told Nina one time. I says, if you ever want to visit the New York City area, you never have to pay for a hotel.
Hey, Nina.
She
Nina.
knows me now. What?
I want to get to know Nina more. She's awesome. And I am all about LGBTQ everything, you know. So yes.
LGBTQ. Why? She's lesbian? No. Really? Really? I didn't know that. So you let me flirt with her like for nothing, and meanwhile she's not hetero.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I think I'm getting mixed up with someone else.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about anybody. You know, I don't know if I only know you guys from the beer community. I don't know what you people do in your private life. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up with someone else. I don't
Stole the Kishka. No, she
He stole the
knows.
Kishka.
She knows a lot about mechanics, or she knows a lot about mechanics, or automobile mechanics, trucks. She knows a lot about computer hardware.
Then can she tell me how to make my computer go faster?
Yeah, you need to clean out the. You need to first. You should go to the browser in the upper right hand corner. Go to the settings, and you clean out the temporary files, cookies. You know, just
Oh
clean out.
yeah, I do that. Yeah,
Clean everything
create
out. Temporary file. Then you go to your computer settings and download on CCleaner. Download on CCleaner. It's called.
Okay.
And that'll help you a great deal. And if you're talking about a desktop, download on Defraggler.
Defragment. That's what I want to do.
Hard drive, but not all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
once in a big while, you could defrag the hard drive. You know who turned me on to a really good free antivirus where you could set it to scan on a schedule. It's called Panda, spelled like the panda in China, in Sichuan, China, Panda. Thrash metal from
Thrash. Yeah.
and the guy from Colorado told me about it.
Yeah, I know him.
And it's the only free antivirus where you could set it to automatically scan.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So you don't have to keep manually doing a scan.
That's good.
Now for your phone, you just go to the Google Play Store, and in the upper right hand corner, there's like a drop down settings, and it scans your phone automatically.
That's
so
cool.
It's called Google Play Protect. Automatically scans your phone.
That is cool. That's cool.
And you don't have,
I need to get that.
pay. You don't have to pay for it, But definitely CCleaner, mostly CCleaner. If it's a desktop or a laptop.
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if is Nina on WhatsApp?
I don't know.
I wonder if she's on any social media. Yeah. Well, anyway, look me up. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm getting a bit hungry after all this talk, and hungry and tired.
Are you having some seafood?
No, I'm having hot and spicy fried chicken that I made, and with brown jasmine rice and fresh broccoli. That's what I'm having. That was
Love
tonight's
broccoli.
dinner. I had yesterday. I had the organic whole wheat spaghetti with white clam sauce, and I think I can have.
James, if I come to the States, then I want you to make me a dinner. You sound like a really good chef. That sounds amazing.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a chef. I make simple things. I make
sounds
simple
good.
things. Like I'm not gonna
Pardon me.
spend hour. I'm not gonna be prepping up like 1,001 ingredients and chop. You mince this. I want to make something that I could eat in a timely fashion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not gonna make any crazy ass sauces. You know, like some of these male chefs. You know, they act very gay. You know, and they're making this special sauce. And
You got me. What is White Claw sauce? Because you got me interested. What is White Claw sauce? What is that?
White
Claw sauce.
I never heard of it.
Is that what you said before?
No.
Claw sauce?
Nah, there's all these like fancy sauces that they make. Remember when the South Park episode when Randy Marsh wanted to be a TV chef and he started cooking in the school cafeteria.
Yes.
He started cooking in the school cafeteria.
Yes. I remember
What do
that.
you call that? Cream fraiche or something? Cream fraiche?
Creme fraiche.
What is that? What does that mean? That means
I don't know.
What is that? Semen? Cream fraiche?
I don't know. Does it mean semen? It must be.
No, it doesn't mean semen.
It probably does because it's South Park. I don't know. Creme fraiche. Creme fraiche. That was it.
All right, have a good night, Nina. All right, might be cream fraiche. And I love them all. I watch Beavis and Butthead too.
Oh, I was
You
wearing
like
my.
Beavis and Butthead?
Yes, I was wearing my. Oh, hold on. I was wearing my Beavis T-shirt earlier on.
You had a Beavis shirt?
Hold on.
I like when he says, "Damn it." Yeah, I know WhatsApp works with the phone number. I don't like Google Chat and I don't like Skype because I get bombarded with fake profile scammers. Also, Facebook also bombards me, and Instagram. They're all. I don't know who's real anymore. Like they're all fake profile scammers. Cornhole, cornholio. I am a great cornholio. That's so funny.
I am a real cornholio. I need tippy for my bunghole. Are you threatening me? I am the real cornholio.
Is he the one that always says Butthead's mother is a slut?
Yeah, that's him.
He always says.
Hold on, I'll try and do an impression. Hey, Butthead. Your mom's a slut. And Butthead will be like, Shut up, Beavis. Dumbass.
You dumbass. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
you
They're
dumbass.
probably on tonight. They usually play them on Comedy Central, like with South Park.
Yeah. I
Yeah, they're
love
on
Beavis and Butthead. I love Beavis and Butthead. I love
Comedy,
South Park.
Comedy Central.
Yeah, I've got Comedy Central
I
on
usually
TV.
that's what I watch before I fall asleep. You know, it helps me wind down. Anyway, George, what are
Do
you
they
gonna say?
still, do they still show 2.5 Men on there? The show with Charlie Sheen?
Yeah, it's still they show the reruns. Yeah,
I love that show. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna
it's
go?
funny. It's a good show. It's too bad they got they once they got rid of Charlie Sheen, it's no good.
It sucked after Charlie Sheen. I love that show. But yeah, Buona Notte. Good night.
I'll see you.
And
Yeah, you like take a look at the page. New Age mysticism and healing. Take a look at
I
the
shall.
page.
I will
Yeah.
do. I'm into all that stuff, you know. So I will do.
Yeah. Well, now I got your lucid dream up on top.
Thank you.
Lucid dream. All right,
James,
Chief.
peace and